Hello everyone! Welcome to the first stream of Heads or Tails. This is going to obviously be the first episode. We might have some technical difficulties. We might have some things that aren't working correctly. One of the things that's going to change is we had the timer at the start of the thing that counts down to when everything's supposed to start. That's hopefully going to be a whole lot better because we'll have some music for that going on. Now, I'm Simon, I'm Dungeon Master, I'm going to be running all of this, and I hope you're all going to enjoy this. Yeah. First of all, I do want to do a bit of a content warning. This game is going to have some dark themes, some horror aesthetic, some scary stuff going on left and right. Characters might die permanently, there might be blood, there might be gore, there might be jump scares, there might be other scary things going on. Hopefully nothing too bad, and if anything really bad comes up, I'll be sure to warn you both at the start of the session for specific things in that session, as well as right before anything specifically bad happens. However, do keep in mind, there might be some more complicated, might be some darker themes going on. Now, here we've got our cast of 5 players. You can already see all of their arts. I'm just going to ask each of them to introduce themselves. Firstly, Anna, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Well, hi, I am Anna. I'm going to be playing D&D with Diesla. I'm very excited. I have no idea what's going on, and I'm here to moderate the chat really well.
And hopefully also play, but yeah, fair enough.
That too.
Alright, next, Becky.
Hello, I'm Becky. Very excited to be here. Very nervous. I hope you'll enjoy it. It's gonna be good.
Alright, next is Holly.
I'm very, very excited.
I think you might have cut out before that, because we only heard I'm very excited.
Yes, my name is Holly. Hello. I might have slight audio issues today, sorry. But yes, I've been playing D&D for quite a long time. This is my first stream campaign, and I'm very, very excited for it.
Alright, next is Joe.
Hello, I'm Joe, and I am probably about to explode. I'm just very excited. I will still be able to play while exploded, though, don't worry.
Alright, just making sure that we're not going to be missing out on a player. And last, obviously also least, and I'm not just saying that to make fun of him, we have Kit.
Hey. Right, that seemed really just mean out of nowhere, but yes, I'm Kit. I thought you were going to say something like saving the best till last or anything, but no, that's fine. Yes, I'm Kit.
Why would I be nice like that? Why would I be nice like that? What high expectations? To us. Yeah, my role is here to murder.
Okay, so that means my role is to be the one to get murdered first, so everyone else gets to live.
Yeah, quite obviously. Alright, now it's lovely for you all to be here. As you can see, we've got a gorgeous map, and we'll be starting in the city of Yartar in the Forgotten Realms. It's the 12th of Myrtle, the melting. The early morning has been rather foggy and misty, and the market has started at dawn out on the large square on the east bank of Yartar. The exotic smells of obscure wares that are transported from the Sword Coast out inland towards Silverymoon, Everland, and Sundabar, or alternatively coming from Silverymoon to Everland and Sundabar and travelling to the Sword Coast. Large cities like Waterdeep, Neverwinter, and Luskan that are brought through Yartar. It's right in the middle of the long Evermore Way that connects the coast and inland, and thus serves quite well for mercantile businesses. There's obscure wares being sold, small trinkets carved from bone, little dolls, but also just regular wares, meats and spices, fruits from various locations. Anything that one might seek could be found on such a market. And it is on this market that the adventure sort of begins. Sorry, what is constant in the background? Is there a constant background noise? Alright, well that'll be something to look out for next time then. That's not ideal. Okay, sorry, got distracted by that. Yeah. We'll start off with Icarus and Amber. The two of you have just made your way over to the market from your resting place from last night and have come upon the wide open market. It's made up of like quarter circular rings that each surround each other in concentric circles with paths leading between them. What are you doing and what are you looking for?
Oh my god. Well,
If you'd like, you can also just begin with a description of your characters.
yeah, I suppose I should start with a description of the character. So, Amber is a youthful-looking halfling with, like, just a little light, more dark blonde, like, whatever, like, light brownish, perhaps, hair. She's walking around, in some relatively simple clothing with, a little green cloak strapped over her back, and she's carrying this stick, which is about not quite twice her height, but maybe 1.5 times it. She seems to be carrying it fairly well, but she's 3.5 foot tall, not very tall, but and she's just looking around at most of the stands, dashing from one to the other, looking very excitedly.
Is following behind Amber, trying to keep up with her. He's about 6'2". He's got quite light hair. It's a light platinum half elf. He appears to be a half elf. He has quite an androgynous appearance about him, and he's wearing the oversized white blouse, with his hair loosely braided and running down his back. He seems to be almost trying to keep a bit of an eye on Amber to make sure she doesn't stray too far. Though his face is quite calm, he doesn't seem like he's panicking about it.
Alright. And you've come onto this market now. Relatively early morning still. The sun has only just sort of dawned, has only just come out to shine down on the town, and even amid the fog and mists, really hardly burst its way onto the market in any vibrant sense. What are you doing or looking for at this market? Are you simply going to just start browsing and looking around, or is there anything in particular you'll want to be looking for?
Amber seems to just be looking around, dashing between the stalls, hoping to just, well, look at as much as she can, in a way. She also seems to be stocking up, perhaps on some food, just as the last leg of the journey.
isn't particularly looking for much. As I said, he's kind of more following Amber, trying to make sure she doesn't run too far from him, but every now and again his eyes are caught by things that look somewhat expensive, and he might pick them up, turn them over a little bit to look down, but put them back down again afterwards.
Alright. Now, before I continue with what you encounter on the market, I'm actually going to swap to a separate group entirely. Becky and Kit, or as I should say, Meridian and Tenacity. What are the two of you doing right now? You have some time to kill, after all.
Yes. Well, I imagine Meridian, who is about 3 foot tall. Well, only 3 foot because he's wearing heels. He's a 3 foot tall goblin fellow, and he's not one of those goblins that you see in some character designs where they're super cutesy and misunderstood. He's quite a grotesque looking individual in the sense that the nose is bulbous and long. It is like sharp and pointed, and he has fangs that are hidden behind his mouth. But you can tell he's someone who has tried to adapt that appearance in a way that makes it less obvious. So, for example, you can notice that he's wearing a kind of lighter foundation on his skin of sorts to make it look a little less green. He fashions a lovely set of mutton chops that are very well cared for and help cover up the mouth and the fangs, along with a little bit of heel-coloured lipstick as well to help conceal that and distract. And also, probably the other thing you might notice is that he has his long and pointed ears pinned back, looks somewhat painful actually, into the back of his flat cap that he wears. And his overall appearance, while not exactly expensive clothes, they have been well cared for, and they do look fairly fashionable. Maybe not the most recent fashions, but, still fashionable nonetheless. Meridian is probably wandering around through the market, and a little bit unsure of what to do with the time that he now realizes he has. And at one point probably look over at Tenacity and go, shall we perhaps, maybe, what do you think of that Yasmin person? Jasmine, sorry. Do you think she's someone we can trust, or?
Becky?
Oh, put my internet cut out there, sorry. I'll describe, I guess before I get him to reply, I'll describe him. Tenacity is a tiefling. He is a deep purple colour, a couple of inches shy of 6 foot, and he's purple, but the tip of his horns and the tip of his tail is a bright pink. He's dressed quite well, you could call it fashionably, in some jewel tones. It's not subtle, basically. He's got a high-collared, long green coat that's patterned with swirls on the inside, and his hands have got rings all over them, and there's earrings all over his ears. He's got a bright pink waistcoat and a purple shirt. His eyes are a sort of unnaturally bright blue, which matches the crystal on the bottom of the staff that he carries, which is of a dark colour. You can't quite tell what material it's supposed to be. And at the top of it, it's about as tall as he is. At the top of it curls round in a sort of tentacle shape. It looks like something could hook on the end, but at the moment there's nothing there. He's in the market, sort of, taking everything in, very curious about it. Looks pretty much at home in a market setting. And he'll turn to Meridian, and they make quite the odd pair. And we'll say, she seemed trustworthy enough.
Well, if you say so. I'm a little worried, but I mean, it's not like we've got anything better to do. Apparently, if the Evermore Way is as terrifying as she made it out to be, it's probably best to have as many allies as possible.
Exactly, and every merchant caravan's sort of the same, isn't it? It'll be fine.
Alright. Now, rather than, again, moving on with you guys, I'd like to actually ask to move to Anna instead. Anna, or rather, as I could say, Sena, what are you currently doing on the market? And if you'd like to describe your character as well.
Senna probably just came back from searching for breakfast, and she's currently just relaxing against any nearby wall, keeping an eye on the people, and keeping an eye out for Jasmine to come and collect her whenever the time comes. Just people watching currently. She's wearing a lot of fine tailored clothing. It's well worn, but clearly well made, and probably slightly expensive. There's a chain necklace around her neck, quite obviously, because that's where her necklace goes. It's a small glass jar filled with pieces of feathers and grass. And the most peculiar feature about her is that, as you can see her fiddle with her ring on her finger, it's that the tips of her ears and the tips of her fingers are a shade of pink.
All right. Now, the market itself is surprisingly small for the day, so those of you that have possibly been staying in Yartar for more days can tell that it seems there are fewer stands, some of the concentric semicircles or quarter circles, if you will, that sort of cycle out into different into sort of like different rings, if you will, are unfinished, missing a stand here and there every now and again. It's almost as if the city of Yartar is quiet for whatever reason, and although the last few days have had particularly bad or suboptimal weather for travel of merchants, it doesn't seem like it would have warranted such a what seems to be rather like quiet atmosphere to the town square of Yartar. To those of you that have recently travelled into the city, it almost feels as if things are a little on edge for whatever undescribable reason, and the misty fog is not helping the ominous atmosphere of the town, to whatever purpose that might serve. There's not that many people out, and at least to say that, it's let's just say there are a few types that are quite noticeable among your people watching. I mean, you don't see many lavishly dressed purple tieflings walking about, or goblins in relatively finer clothes, however outdated they might be, or short halflings with large staffs, or for that matter, half-elves in relatively lavish clothes. For Meridian and Tenacity, as you're sort of trying to kill time and waiting out, you can notice at this point Jasmine's been at her stand for a while. Jasmine is a relatively older woman that runs this sort of medicine-esque shop, has these varieties of herbs and other obscure materials in a variety of what seem to be glass vials and jars. They're weird powders and herbs, but also live bugs and other obscure specimens, beetles that crawl around inside the jar, and little fireflies that flicker around. As each of you are sort of looking around, specifically Amber and Icarus, as you're looking around, there's not much you can find that you'd be interested in purchasing. There's a lot of, like, obscure trinketry, sure, but nothing that warrants investment of money at the moment. It just feels like this is sort of the leftover wares that the merchants are trying to get rid of before they head on to the next trek of their journey, whether that's along the Evermore Way towards Everland and Silverymoon, or whether that's back to Tribor and Waterdeep. Slowly the morning is beginning to wrap up, and it's starting to be early afternoon. Some of the merchants are beginning to wrap up their carts and almost seem to prepare for their departure. The market is almost dying down a little.
I think Meridian will probably... I imagine Meridian has kind of followed Tenacity around like a weird dog, because he's got nothing better to do, really, other than work on his various documents. And he probably does it. He loves exploring, so would have enjoyed to have a look around the city. But as it's reaching the end of the day or so,
End of the morning, not end of the day.
Oh,
Quite
I
importantly.
apologise. Okay, never mind. I misheard.
No.
But at the end of the morning, would probably try and get somewhere for lunch then, I imagine.
All right. What are Amber and Icarus doing right now? Because
Having presumably got whatever she wanted in the market, Amber's now going to be looking around for any merchant caravans to travel with a group or something. Just
Icarus will also be doing the same, kind of keeping an eye out for people that seem as though they're moving on soon.
yeah, there is Jasmine, which I described earlier. You can tell is clearly packing up. Whereas, like, there had been a small stand, but it seems like what seems at first to be a cart is actually made up of a lot of separate pieces of wood that can be pulled up and like sort of constructed into this almost carriage in some sense. It has these two bars in the front by which it can be pulled and sort of closes off the top half of the stand, which had at first sort of been seemingly for the purchase of a stall or a store of some variety, but now that these bars have been pulled up and sort of overhang the cart now, it seems like Jasmine is preparing to wrap up. Specifically for Sena, you can tell that Jasmine is getting ready to wrap up and is sort of glancing around the market looking for you, though hasn't seemed to spot you quite yet, whether it's the old eyes of a woman that's worn with age, or whether it's your position further at the edges of the market that has kept you hidden for now.
Senna will walk towards Jasmine, just keep her hands to herself and just look forward and see what she needs, if she needs anything to help her pack up.
She seems to be alright. She just says, "Ah, hello there.
You doing okay?
I've been doing alright, thank you.
And breakfast? Have you had any, or do you need me to pick something up?
I've had perfectly fine breakfast, thank you. How nice of you."
Well, I need to look out for a friend, don't I?
What did you say? Sorry, what did you say?
Don't worry about it. I'll just stand here then. Whenever you're ready, just let me know and we'll head out.
Ah, well, this morning I ran into two more, well, people on the road, you could say, so. I just thought, well, they could be here any moment, and then we could head out with the group, so. You can tell that she's still sort of glancing about the market, though hasn't yet located anyone.
should keep an eye out for you?
No, they should be here any moment now, but we will see. Worst case scenario, it'll be just the two of us on the road.
I'm sure we could handle anything that comes up.
I'd rather not take the risk, obviously, but that's no disrespect to you. It's just business doesn't go quite well when you're ambushed and murdered on the road, or so they say.
Well, so they say. Well, if you need me to go looking for them, let me know. I'll just stand here.
All right.
Hey, Meridian.
Yes?
When did Jasmine say to meet her again?
I think she said either when she was closing up for the day or a little bit before then. I'm not quite sure. She said to either meet, towards the eastern wall or at her stall. So I don't really know where.
Maybe we should go and check before we
that's
wander
probably
off
a good
too
idea.
far.
Okay, I guess we'll get fine. Yeah, that's fine. We should get going.
Yeah, let's go. They do that.
From the perspective of Amber and Icarus, you can tell there's this sort of group beginning to gather. It seems to be quite a noticeable and obscure group. It's this older lady in this blackish dress with all of these vines and green and red colors overgrowing it with these thorns and berries that are are located on her clothing, if you will. Relatively fine clothing, though. It looks like it has seen better days from the many years of traveling. As well as the purple tiefling and blue-skinned elf and this shorter goblin fellow in relatively fine clothing that has begun to sort of gather and is clearly packing up and getting ready to depart to whichever direction they may be heading in.
Icarus, you think that that lady over there might have a caravan? I mean, if we're both going on to down the Evermore way.
Icarus takes a moment to study the group that are gathering around the stall, and he looks down to Amber, and he softly nods and kind of pokes his thumb over in the direction and goes, I think I'm going to go and have a chat to them. I mean, are you coming with me?
Well,
Obviously,
I mean,
we're traveling together, but if you want me to go and talk to them first.
That is Amber is looking back and forth between the group and Icarus, like just looking one way, looking the other, and she's gonna say, I plants on her. I think we could go over together if you want.
Sorry, did I cut out at the start then?
Yeah.
Oopsies.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I'll just start again. Icarus nods and goes to walk over to the rest of the group. Before he does that, he does make sure that Amber is kind of trotting along by herself in front of him.
Amber is absolutely walking. I mean, she's
Cute.
probably not like, she might be, probably she's not like that far forward or far behind Icarus. She's staying as roughly, I mean, she's kind of excitably walking towards them, but she's trying not to get too far ahead.
She's so wonderful. I am in love with her. Upon approaching the group, Icarus kind of waves a little bit to get someone's attention, and then kind of announces his presence with, "Good day, everyone. Any chance of any of you guys going anywhere towards Silverymoon?"
So as Icarus has probably approached the group with Meridian there, Meridian would probably try and move further back a bit, step a little bit out of the front of the group, try and not be as obviously seen as quickly. He kind of hobbles back. You do notice he does walk with a limp, and he has this cane by his side to help him walk, which seems to be quite ornate and features a compass as the pommel. But yeah, he probably backs out. He doesn't really want to be the one talking when there's a new person around.
Now, when we say group, are we at Jasmine's stall yet?
Yeah, at this point, the two
Yeah,
of you have
that's it.
arrived at Jasmine's stall. Yes. It is at this point. It's the six of you at the stall, and yeah, Jasmine is sort of looking around and going, I see the two of you have arrived as well. All right.
Hello, Jasmine.
Hello there. May I introduce you to I'm sorry, what is your name again? Jasmine looks to Sena, sort of unsure of what to say to Sena.
Senna. Duskwind, but you may call me Senna.
Nice to meet you, Senna. I'm Tenacity. He puts his hand out for a shake.
Senna grabs it and shakes it back.
Iridian introduces himself as well. Yes, I'm Iridian. Pleasure to meet you. Yes, and he kind of reaches the hand pretty much as high as it will go to stretch, to try and shake Senna's hand as well.
She'll take out her other hand and shake Meridian's hand with that hand. Well, pleasure to meet you both, and our new arrivals.
Oh,
Has the rest of the group just noticed Amber and Icarus?
Yes, the rest of the group has at this point noticed Amber and Icarus, and yeah.
Amber will wave at the group and say, hello, I'm Amber Hyacinth. Wonderful to meet you.
Also,
Nice to meet you.
goes straight in to introduce himself. He just introduces himself as Icarus, though, no last name, and he flashes everyone quite a charming smile and goes in straight for a handshake, kind of clockwise around the circle. He seems to be enjoying introducing himself to others. You can tell that he's not nervous in the slightest.
Amber will look at Icarus doing these handshakes and not really be able to do them herself due to a slight height difference. So she'll be a little sad. But then she'll turn to Icarus and say, should I mention that the thing or do you not want me to?
Well,
You know the thing you do. I don't want to say it out loud because I don't know if you want me to. But you know the thing.
And then he kind of crouches down to Amber's level so that she can whisper it to him.
All right. She does so. So I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna say that out loud. Just
Yeah, sure thing.
But yeah, cool. The poetry thing.
Icarus chuckles a little bit. I don't particularly know why that had to be so much of a secret, but I mean, sure thing. If you would like to.
Amber will turn to the rest of the group and say, Icarus is a poet, and then just like smile a bit. She doesn't really have more to say on the topic. She was just very excited about it.
Of
He-
course.
He looks a little bit bashful and hastily adds at the end, not a professional, but I dabble.
I didn't realise there was such thing as a professional poet anyway, so...
He pulls a slight face, but it doesn't let it linger for too long before returning a smile back to his face and kind of nodding as if to acknowledge him, but saying nothing more.
Well, Well,
Oh.
we haven't heard your poetry, so we can't be any kind of judges on the matter, but I'm sure Amber would give us a rave review if she wanted to.
I
We'll have
I haven't-
plenty of time on the road as well to speak through all matters of poetry and religion and whatnot. It's quite a long journey ahead still, after all, but if you wouldn't mind, I would like to start heading out now. It's well,
Actually, I
Sorry.
think we should.
Sure.
we can talk on
Amber-
the road, but I wouldn't want to.
Do you need
That's-
any help packing up anything left?
I should be all right. Yeah, I should be all
that
right.
sounds wonderful, but I'm just sorry. I'm curious. What's your name?
Jasmine, but you spell it with a Y.
Oh, Jasmine with a Y, like
Jasmine.
like Jasmyne. Or
Y. It's a Y-A-S.
well, I put a Y in instead of the I.
Y-A-S-M-I-N.
Oh, Y to start. Okay.
Don't worry, it's not the
Yes.
first time I've asked
Don't
why
worry,
either.
yeah, it's a complicated name, and I'm used at this point to people being unable to spell it. That's all right.
Amber will then look over Jasmine's vine-covered dress and say, "Ooh, what plants are those?"
I'm not sure they're based on any real plants, but if they are, they're far from the south. I bought this dress all the way back in Chult, the jungle-filled region in the far south, off of the coast, actually.
Oh,
Wow,
Never
you've been all
been
the
to
way
Chult.
over there.
I've been out and about, if you will. But yeah, that's what you get when you're a traveler and a merchant. You make your coin off of going here and there and everywhere. You see places you'll never forget, and you'll see places you wish you've forgotten.
Spooky.
oh, all right. Well, anyway, I just think it looks nice.
Thank you.
Are they not real plants though?
Not as far as I'm aware, but maybe.
Amber will smile and be ready to head along.
Shall we get going then?
Yes, I think that makes the most sense. We should probably push on as much as we can while we still have some daylight left.
Jasmine has at this point silently begun pushing what was once just a regular stall, but has now transformed into this, like, it's almost like a complicated chest-like construction on wheels that is now being rolled out. It's almost like a miniature caravan that deconstructs into a stall that's now being that's now sort of being rolled out towards the east side of Yartar, towards the large gate that connects to the Evermore Way.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Meridian will obviously follow after picking up the last few pieces of whatever he was working on, and then hobble along. He's probably the slowest of the group purely because he has to contend with a limp, but yeah.
Amber will hop along excitedly. I mean, it's sometimes difficult for her hopping with this stick that is again or not like about 1.5 times her height, but she's doing it. She's hopping along.
Right, how lovely. It's the early afternoon now as the party departs on their way along the Evermore Way. It's still surprisingly misty and foggy. It's kind of weird for this time of day. It's no longer the early dew of the morning that lingers around. As far as you can tell, it seems to just be a foggy day in general. as the cart rolls out of the eastern gate of Yartar, you can't really see far along the open plains and hills along the Evermore Way as the mists begin obstructing the edges of your vision, if you will. You can tell a little bit that it gets seemingly worse the further north you look. The hills there are cloaked and covered in mists in almost ominous fashion.
How the hell am I supposed to do my work if I can't see beyond the bloody end of the road?
You just have to wait until we get there, I suppose.
Oh well.
Present?
Anna, did you say something?
I think your audio cut out slightly.
Yeah.
Well, as we're walking, Tenacity will sidle up next to, well, I don't know which order everybody's walking in, but we'll sidle up next to Icarus and Amber if they're both in the same place. And
They're probably close together.
yeah, I figured. And would say, kind of strike up, saying, "Poetry. Interesting."
Icarus smiles and nods. He goes, "Yes, I mean, I've been working on writing for a very long time now, but as I said, it's not a particularly professional endeavor."
Ooh, a wordsmith.
Ooh, wordsmith. I like that. That's a nice word.
It's good, isn't it? What about you? Sorry, what was your name again? He says to Amber.
Amber Hyacinth. You're it's like tenacity.
Yes, that's the one. Tenacity Fearhold. That's me. If it's too many syllables, just go with 10. That's fine.
And seems
Well-
like more syllables are necessary.
Good one.
Icarus adds when he says his name. He says, "Well, it's quite a beautiful name you've got there. It quite suits you."
Oh, thank you. I guess. I think it sounds a little bit silly, but that's appreciated. Where are the both of you from? What brings you up here to Yartar?
I mean, I'm up here in Yartar because I'm going to Silverymoon, I suppose. Otherwise, yeah. I've just been, well, journeying for a long time. Amber smiles.
Silverymoon. That's definitely the place to be.
It-
What makes you want to journey there?
Well, I'm going home.
Oh, you're from Silverymoon.
Yeah, born and raised.
Wow, what's it like?
Oh, I mean, I lived on the outskirts of the city for some time. But there's beautiful forests. It's a wonderful place. It's this, well, I suppose there's a reason why they call it the Gem of the North.
Of course.
Amber chuckles slightly and seems to be having some fond memories.
Icarus hesitated for a moment before answering the question about where he was from. His face faltered a little bit, but he continues with, "Well, I could say I could say that I'm from a lot of places, I guess, but, well, most recently Daggerford."
Daggerford. I've never been there. What's
Oh,
that
it's
like?
Well, it's quite a nice place. I mean, it's a short distance to Waterdeep, which is always a good trip, but it's quieter. It's nice down by the river.
And
Amber looks up at this as well and says, "Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there for very long, but Daggerford is very nice."
I'll make sure to visit sometime. What brings you to Silverymoon, Icarus?
I guess you could say I'm searching for just some sort of place to settle down, I guess, or at least stay for a while. A friend recommended it.
Amber seems like she was about to comment something, but after Icarus is finished, she shuts her mouth.
Can I get a read on these two people? What's their vibe? Are they telling the truth?
Is this the first vibe check?
Yeah, you can.
Are you about to roll insight?
You can most definitely roll insight, and where relevant, may I kindly request a deception check where lies are present for those it may apply to.
That's like 18 on my end.
As far as you can tell, they seem to be genuine in their stories. It seems like they're speaking the truth.
Cool. Seem like cool people.
They just seem like warm and open-hearted people that carry with them no secrets.
Beautiful.
But no secrets whatsoever, fellas.
None. No secrets.
No
never,
secrets here.
never secreted. Too long with all the secrets and other campaigns.
Yeah, alright, but anyone else would like to speak? Because you can...
We're all trying to be so chummy. Shanna, what brings you to Silverymoon then?
Visiting a relative, hopefully, if that works out.
Sounds lovely.
It sure does. And yourself, Meridian?
Oh, well, I have things to work on, and well, if you weren't aware, I'm actually a cartographer by trade, and he pulls out the map that everyone on stream can already see, which is so far it has been coloured in the most recent areas that Merlin has travelled in, and he goes, yes, well, unfortunately, there's no real good maps of the area that are properly, pretty extensive. There's some, but most of the time, unfortunately, they are missing or lacking in certain aspects. So the one I have already made is a bit more of compiling various different documentations to make a roughly accurate map, then for me to, improve in detail as we make our way towards Silverymoon. That's the goal, at least.
Well, that's quite a lofty goal. I wish you the best of luck in that effort.
Well, thank you indeed.
Here's hoping we find something interesting for that map of yours, eh?
Yes. Something tells me we will. You also notice that throughout your time with Meridian, even when other people have been talking, he's kind of been slowly mumbling to himself in a language you likely don't understand, unless any of you speak Goblin. But it just seems to be idle talk, mainly, and you can't quite tell exactly. Even if you could speak Goblin, sometimes he'd speak so quietly under his breath that it's impossible to make out the words.
Love this guy.
Same.
And his maps.
Just for the sake of double checking, although I know the answer to the question, does anyone speak Goblin?
Yes.
Other,
Oh
my
sorry,
God.
other than
Could have
Meridian.
guessed.
Other than
I wish I
Meridian the
did
Goblin.
know.
Aww, no one speaks Goblin. Aww, how sad.
You were so
Jasmine turns
unsurprised
around.
about that.
Yeah.
Jasmine
Like-
turns
like-
around and goes, "Yes, I speak Goblin."
It seems like Simon is just covering one of us does in secret speaking goblin.
Goblin.
Oh, what a spicy play.
Secretly,
secret
it's
goblin.
Secret, yeah. Maybe,
It's obviously Joe.
maybe secretly one of the 4 other PCs is a goblin in a skin suit.
I pass a
Yeah.
goblin
You never
policy.
know.
Is that why Amber is so hippity hoppity? She's just dancing around in somebody else's skin.
Oh my god, no.
None of you rolled perception yet, so you haven't yet noticed that really Amber's skin is just like held with a few safety pins.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
guys, please, no, no.
I'm
That's
sorry.
so bad.
I'm sorry.
no.
I
I want to make a perception check to see
Yeah.
whether Amber's wearing a skin suit.
Yeah, that's where.
Guys,
That's where the.
stop,
I'm kidding.
stop.
Oh my god.
I'll stop with the safety pins. Yeah, all right. It's a relatively long journey, most of which goes by relatively uneventfully. As the day further passes on and you walk further along the road, the mists and fog slowly fade away, as though it just took a little longer for the morning dew to pass. It still seems like as you're walking relatively near to Calling Horns, which is rather not a city or a settlement. It's rather more a set of farmsteads amid some fields. You can tell that on the northern side of you, near the borders of the Evermoors, it's a relatively fog-filled marsh, and these banks are still relatively misty. It just seems like it's a relatively damp and wet area in general, but other than that, most of the fog has faded and passed away, and slowly as the morning turns to afternoon, and as the afternoon turns to evening, so too does the evening turn to night, and it slowly begins going darker. Overhead, the sky is mostly cleared up and revealed the stars overhead that are sparkling. It seems like it will be time to set up camp relatively soon. You're not going to make it any to Olston's Hold just yet, so you'll be needing to find a place to rest for the night. What are you all doing?
As the light goes down and gets darker, on the hook of Tenacity's staff begins like gradually to grow a literal globule of light that kind of shifts and moves amorphously, just constantly moving. And you try to look at it and try to get a grasp of what it's supposed to look like. You can't.
Amber is going to look up first at the stars and just look at them and mumble to herself, just in common, but she's going to say, it's always nice seeing the stars of home again.
They're still slightly different, but they don't differ by much.
That is, yeah, but it's very close now.
It's around the corner. Would be a shame if something were to happen before then.
Yeah, it really would be. She
Oh my
may
God.
also go over and try to take a closer look at the thing of light on Tenacity's staff.
It's like Becky already described. It's this amorphous, almost liquid-like, seemingly living biological substance that shifts and moves with every which way. It shifts, it slides, it slips. It almost seems like it should be dripping, though it never quite seems to fall onto the floor. It's a weird substance, probably arcane in origin.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, guys. That's how I describe it.
Wet liquid globe.
Wow. Amber looks at it with some fascination.
He like holds it so that she can look at it. Obviously,
what
not too
is-
near to her face.
Yeah.
It's a
What
bit
is
mean.
that?
It's a fun little spell, light spell. Cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Amber
He-
just keeps looking at it for a moment. Looks almost vaguely nervously over at Tenacity, but then looks back at it again and smiles a little.
He waves his hand near it, and it goes out.
What?
Then he waves it back over, and it comes back.
Amber just smiles a moment and says, "Well, thank you very much." Before
You know
she,
anything about magic, Amber?
Well, she thinks about the question for a moment, and then she kind of says, "Well, I don't know. Magic's always struck me like a bit of a raging river, really. It's very fast and rapid, and sometimes you'll get caught along and pulled down the stream, and sure, you can always take a little bit of water out or something, but it doesn't make the river any less dangerous."
He thinks
I
about
think
it for a bit. Oh, no, go ahead, Kit.
if Meridian managed to overhear that question, that statement rather, I'm sure people, the more observant among the group, would notice a visible, uncomfortable expression appear on his face when Amber mentions that you might get caught up in it.
Tenacity thinks about what Amber has said for a second and smiles a bit and is like, I like that. That's a good way to describe it. Isn't it funny how everyone thinks of it differently?
It really is, yeah. Amber smiles, perhaps a
Are
little awkwardly.
Are you sure you're not the poet, Amber? Seeing as, pretty good analogy.
Yeah, maybe you should give it a try.
Amber now starts to blush and is very flustered. She says, "No, I don't really think that's not. No, I don't think I really could. But thank you, but I don't know.
Okay,
And she's just very embarrassed.
It was one. Oh my god.
There's a little southbound wind incoming from the Evermoors that is cold and damp as it flutters through the party. It's surprisingly cold, and there's a faint smell of what seems to be death, decay, and acid that lingers on it.
What the? God. Senna's gonna get up at that scent. Pardon me, I know you're setting up camp and getting ready to rest, but I'm thinking of checking out the area, just in case anything manages to creep up on us at night. Best to be aware what's around us.
That's understandable, yes. We should try to stay as safe as we can after all.
Anybody willing to join me, or should I go alone?
Amber looks over at the rest of the group and says, "Well, it's been a while since I've been out near the Evermoors, but I'm happy to volunteer."
Not too far in, just general perimeter of where we're currently resting. I don't think anything will stray too far, but best safe than sorry.
Well, that sounds fine to me.
Right. And Senna will start heading further in to check out what might be living in this particular area.
Are
Just
you-
any track.
Yeah, are you moving further towards the Evermoors, further towards the High Forest, further along the road? Like, which direction are you heading further than the party from, if you will?
Probably just like 30 or 60 feet all around from
Yeah,
the borders of where anybody can see.
Just doing
Just a full circle.
Just doing a large full circle around. Okay.
Yeah, just a perimeter check.
All right. Can you roll me either a perception or an investigation check as you prefer?
Okay.
I also roll that, or?
Yeah. Feel free to.
Cool.
A nice solid 10.
Just give me a second. I'm still getting used to this character sheet. Oh, it's in the... Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, funnily enough, your skill is in the section that literally says skills on the top of it.
Yeah, look, you don't have to... Whatever. Sorry, that's still,
That's not the worst case. So Senna rolled a 10, Amber rolled an 8. Both of those are obviously great and delightful rolls.
Really good rolls.
absolutely incredible rolls.
Lovely to see how great the party is at spotting out the threats that will kill them in 3 minutes. I mean, never. What? I would not spoil things like that. Yeah, as you do a perimeter check, it seems to be mostly safe. There doesn't seem to be anything other than the general smell of acid, death, and the gale. It seems to be pouring in from the Evermoors. As
Amber takes a long breath in of the scent before coughing it out slightly. I thought it would smell nicer after. It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Does not.
One moment.
And I suppose while she's out there, Amber will turn to Senna and also, why are you heading to Silverymoon?
As I mentioned to Meridian, I'm seeking out an old family member.
I'm from Silverymoon. I've got some family there as well. I'm very excited to see them again.
I'm glad you're excited.
Amber will look up at Senna and almost say, are you not?
I'm not sure what I should be feeling. It will come to me, I'm sure, when we get closer to the city.
Oh, well, I hope when it does come to you, you feel excited then. Amber tries to give her best reassuring smile, but she really doesn't know what's going on in Senna's life, obviously.
Then we'll just nod and head back to the camp since they haven't really found anything. Well,
At this point, by the time you've made your loop around, you've come back to the camp. Jasmine has quietly set up a small campfire that flickers with a relatively bright orange and red flame. Where she seems to have gotten the wood from, you don't know. It almost seems like it came out of nowhere, if you will. But she set up a relatively small and comfortable campfire for the group to gather around.
alright.
Did Amber and Senna come back?
They did at this point come back, yes.
Did you find anything?
Nothing. We should be completely safe. I don't think anything could possibly go wrong.
Oh,
If anything
Okay.
does come near us, it won't be from this relative area at least. Might be something. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine.
I don't know. Do people do watches? Keep watch? I'm not much of an adventurer, I have to admit.
I think that would be a sensible thing to try and do. If what Jasmine is saying is correct about this place, and I mean it might just be superstitious, it might just be nothing, but perhaps we could keep an eye out just in case.
And if anything shows up, I don't want to miss
Always
it.
nice to be safe and secure around the Evermore Way. Every now and again you hear rumors, you hear stories about, well, dangerous things happening here. You, well, you don't want it to happen to you, I suppose.
Ever happened to you?
Not yet. I'm still alive after all. But, well, I'm hoping to keep it that way.
Oh, of course.
Amber looks at Jasmine vaguely scared.
Ah,
Tenacity looks like he's holding back.
sorry. It'll be fine, I'm sure. I can't imagine something too bad will happen tonight. Jasmine grins. It seems like it was an attempt at being comforting, but one that doesn't quite seem to work the way she intended it to.
Well, I think it might be safer to at least keep some watch. Having us all asleep and unaware of our surroundings at one time might be not very sensible.
In agreement with Meridian, and I'm willing to take first watch. It's not like I need the sleep anyways. I got up quite late.
Also, well, usually, especially on the more dangerous stretches of road, taking watch is a good idea. Well, I'll take whatever watch that you all don't, I suppose.
Yeah, I can take a watch as well while I work on my map for the day. So I don't mind.
I'll take a watch too. Sleep's alright, but if anything comes here, I don't want to miss it.
For a moment, Sena, you're convinced you can see the light of a lantern pouring through the mist on the vague banks of the Evermoors on your northern side, but just as quick as it appears, it's gone again.
Senna's gonna put her hand on her sheathed weapon and just play around with the handle of it, with the grip, and just
Sorry,
keep an eye
Simon.
out to where she saw the lantern.
Sorry, Simon. Did you say it was like towards the banks of the Evermoors, that area, like
Yes.
towards the north?
Yes.
Okay.
I did in fact say so.
I will point out that Icarus has been kind of slightly unaware of the conversation. He's been sat by himself, just scrawling in a notebook. You get the impression he's been paying half attention.
Well, I'm sure it's. Did you see that too? That strange light.
To be specific, it was only Sena that noticed it at first, but
Oh, sorry.
that's fine.
I didn't catch
It's
that. I didn't
fine.
catch the very first part of the sentence.
No,
but
that's perfectly fine.
Turns out to be
It's
very important.
new canon. It's both Meridian and Sena that noticed. No one else did.
fun. Lovely.
It's just the two of them now. Problem solved.
Light?
I swear I caught a glimpse of something. I mean, it could have. To be honest, I could just have made it up.
Maybe it was Tenacity's, thing.
No. From further away, it looked like. Towards the north.
Well, maybe
he
Tenacity's
taps the
thing can
compass.
go far away from them.
Maybe. Tenacity,
Yeah?
you can't make your weird goo light just hop all the way random directions, can you?
Goolite.
Yeah, you're
Hmm.
ghoulite.
I'll add that to the list. No, I don't think I can. What are you
Well,
talking about? Light? Did you see a light?
Well, I thought I saw something. It probably was nothing though.
It's not like yesterday, is it?
Oh no. At least I hope it isn't.
Okay, good.
what happened yesterday? Amber
Oh,
asked curiously, but
it's not important. Don't worry about it. It was just I thought I saw something and I didn't. I was just yeah. You know how it is sometimes.
Yeah, when you travel and you're tired,
Yeah, I was very
sometimes.
tired.
Yeah.
Very tired. So I think it was just the fatigue. I probably am still tired. I didn't get much sleep last night anyway. So
There's another cold brush of wind coming from the north. You're almost tempted to huddle closer to the fire for whatever warmth it may bring with it.
maybe we should. I know it's cold, but in case there is something out there, during a fire might draw a bit too much attention to us. But I mean, do we have any other option?
well, you kind of want to stay warm, so
Okay, well, we'll just try and keep an eye out. Again, it's probably nothing. It's just my eyes playing tricks on me. It wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, also, plenty of hunters won't rely on sight. They'll try and smell you, so it won't make much of a difference if we don't.
How comforting. Well, with that, how about we all try and bed down soon, perhaps? Or how late is it, Simon?
I mean, stars are out. It's beginning to turn relatively late at night. Going to bed now would be a perfectly fine option, though staying up for a little longer isn't unreasonable.
Unless anybody's got any spooky stories around the campfire. Tenacity says with something of a lopsided grin.
Tenacity, are you saying this because you have one?
Well, I have a lot of stories, but I like to hear other ones too.
I have a story, but
Oh,
maybe someone else will want to go first. I'm not really very good at telling spooky stories. Amber smiles a little nervously.
she's literally so cute.
Yeah, I'm not
Icarus.
really.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really the best storyteller, so maybe leave it for someone else to have a go.
Icarus kind of gestures towards Amber and says, "Oh, I'm sure you're not too bad at it. I mean,
Oh, thank you. Amber once again is really kind of just a little like just nervous, which is okay, so well, there's off the west coast, there's this island, and many years ago, this island was a prison called the Spellhold. It was one of the biggest prisons for some of the most dangerous mages across much of the land. When they used their power for evil, and when they were caught, they were sent there. And I mean, years ago, long before I was born anyway, the Spellhold was smashed by an earthquake. It was abandoned. No one knows quite what happened there. And well, you see, it was just abandoned afterwards. And sometime later, there were rumors, a lot of rumors all around, that within the old prison's walls, there was ancient treasure, long lost mysteries, all kinds of things, really. But, well, one dark night, a band of robbers, they they thought they'd try their luck on the rumours. They took out a small rowing boat, and they rowed their way down towards the old prison. And they crept up the dark of night, and the moon was gone in the sky. It was cloudy. There were no stars, no light, and they crawled into this old abandoned castle, half the walls torn down, lit up only by a few fading, flickering magical lights, relics of, a time long gone. They walked down these corridors, past these still shimmering lights with some dark cells, old chains broken into pieces, all the cells. There were once many runes or glyphs or whatever you call them on the walls, but they'd long since faded now. Anyway, they stopped, all of them stopped to take a look at one of these cells, and then they could hear footsteps. And they looked around, and this pitter-pattering, not like a pitter-pattering, but it was more slow and intentful than pitter-pattering, I guess. But it was these footsteps, and in the distance they saw this moving light. They were not alone. They started to panic, grow worried. They just saw this. All they could see was this light in the darkness, and they grew panicked. And then suddenly, all the cell doors slammed at once. This clanging noise, it reverberated around. They all panicked. They were scared, and the moving light started to get closer and closer. They ran back to find their rowboat tossed up against the island shore, but, it was as though the boat had never been there. The footsteps were growing closer, and as they could see the light, suddenly every still light on the wall went out. They were in complete darkness, save the distant light growing ever closer. And as they stared down that corridor at the light approaching them, the footsteps still coming, paralyzed by fear, none of them noticed the second set. No one heard what happened to any of them ever again, or so the stories go anyway.
Whoa. Is the prison still there?
No, honestly, I have, probably, I've never been, obviously, but, I think it's still out there. No one goes there anyway, but, it's still out there. Maybe there's still some things wandering through it at the night.
Most things are still out there, somewhere.
Yeah, it does take a long time for them to go away, doesn't it?
That was, yes, a good story, Amber.
Thank you. It's not mine. I heard it from a friend, but
Meridian is definitely looking around into the darkness. I mean, you can always tell Meridian's a bit of a wary and paranoid person in general, but that story definitely didn't help.
A slight bit proud at the way that Amber told her story, and he gives her a slight smile, just to be slightly reassuring that she did a good job with it.
Amber will, I think she'd notice Icarus's smile anyway, and she'd kind of beam back a little. She's very glad that the others enjoyed the story. And Tenacity, you said you had stories too?
Yeah, I've got some stories. I can tell you one if you like.
Please do.
I hope it's not too scary. The best stories that get passed around are usually a little bit weird. I heard this one from, who was it? I think a lizard folk merchant back home told me about it. It's about an old man who moved after the death of his wife to a cottage on the outskirts of Neverwinter, out near where the wilds are and not a lot of people around. Nobody came to visit, that sort of thing. And the nearest village was a decent walk, so he only really went once a week. One day, in the depths of winter, apparently, a messenger came to the man's door. The man didn't expect any messages or packages, but curious, he opened the door anyway. There stood a messenger with their hood up against the winter weather. He couldn't see their face, but they handed him a package. It was addressed to the man, in his full name, and the messenger disappeared down the path before the man could ask anything about it. Curious and not sure what else to do, the man opened the package. Inside was a book, a thick old tome, with a embossed cover with patterns, but no title and no author, and it was bound shut with a leather belt. Tucked under the belt was a note, and the man took it out to read it. It just read, "My friend, keep this book safe for me. I shall be back soon to pick it up. I wouldn't bother reading it, for it's rather boring." The message wasn't signed by any name or signature. There wasn't even a stamp. The man didn't know anyone who would send him such a thing. So, he thought maybe the delivery had been a mistake. He'd take it into the nearest village as soon as possible, get it sent back to whoever it was supposed to go to. He was busy with work, so he didn't take the book for a few days, and it just sat forgotten for a while. The weather that winter was particularly bad, which made it more difficult to get into town. But eventually he went to find out about this mysterious book. But the first time he tried, when he got there, he realized he'd forgotten to bring the book. But he swore he had put it into his satchel and checked 3 times at least on the way there that it was still there. But it wasn't when he tried to present it to the postmaster. He returned home and found the book sitting on the table in the living room, as though he'd never moved it. The next day, he tried again, but when he got to the village, he couldn't remember the way to the post office. He asked everyone in the village, but nobody knew what he meant. They'd never had a post office. What was he talking about? This happened a few more times. He never found anything out and never managed to show the book to anybody. He tried not to worry too much. Maybe the book's owner would come and really get it, like it said on the note. He would just leave it alone. It wasn't his business, so he didn't read it. And the month went by and it sat unread. But each day his curiosity burned just that little bit brighter. He would glance just one more time when sitting by the fire in the evening toward the book. Sometimes he would leave it in one place and again find it later in a different place, like it had moved on its own, or maybe he'd moved it and forgotten. But he had no one to ask, so he could never tell. Eventually, he just couldn't stand it anymore, and, well, sometimes our curiosity gets the better of us. I'm sure you all relate. He opened the book to read it, and inside was completely blank. Nothing on any of the pages. He flicked through a dozen times and yeah, all blank. He put it aside, tried to think of nothing. But every day that passed wherein the book wasn't collected, the man could not help but be drawn to its blank pages. Perhaps this time he'd catch something, perhaps that time he'd find out a little more, but no. They remained blank. And no one came for the book. It sat on the table, in the living room, open to nothing. He found himself drawn to the book at all hours of the day as the time went on. He couldn't stop thinking about it. It was all but ruining his life, really. He tried to destroy it in a dozen different ways. Set it on fire, watched it burn to ash, threw it in the river, watched it wash away, buried it in the ground. But every single time he would come back home, and it would be sitting on the table, open to a blank page. So he decided to move across all of Faerun, all the way to the east side. He made sure to find a city and plenty of neighbors and a busy place to live, and left the book behind on the outskirts of Neverwinter. And life was good for a while. The book, a distant memory eventually, until one day there was a knock at the door. A messenger with a package that he handed to the man, and it felt familiar. He opened it, and of course it was the book, wrapped back up in its belt with another note tucked underneath that just read, "My friend, you seem to have forgotten something."
Like we shouldn't
Pretty
read
good,
any
right?
books.
Amber stares at Tenacity, like scared, like mouth open,
He's like grinning
shaky
proudly.
a little.
For just a moment, it almost feels like the shadows cast around the campfire are a little longer than normal, dancing as the flames do. It almost feels like just for a moment some of the shadows move on their own, though as quickly as it seems to have happened, they're back to normal again. It might have just been something you'd seen incorrectly, a play of the eye, if you will, but it adds to that sense of worry eating away at the back of your mind.
Hope that story isn't just a excuse for an analogy about the pointlessness of curiosity and research to only be fed by blank pages. Otherwise, well, I mean, this map isn't going to be much of a success if that's true.
Oh no, Meridian, no! I wouldn't tell a story that meant that.
No, I'm probably just I don't know, imparting my own worries onto another story. It's fine.
Curiosity, I'm a huge proponent of, even though it can be a bit dangerous, I guess.
What's Jasmine doing right now?
Jasmine is silently sitting and listening. Hasn't said anything since, hasn't really partaken, almost sits eerily still, simply looking into the campfire and listening to the words as they come by.
Okay.
Because I forgot to describe this earlier and I only just realized, Jasmine has pointy ears that give away a heritage that is non-human, though what heritage it might be is unclear, and has this pale grey skin that almost seems like every last hint of pigment has been taken from it.
Well, unless people are in mood for more stories, I suggest we rest. It's getting later and we should hurry as fast as we can along the road.
Yes, I think that's a sensible idea. You see Meridian's kind of shaking to himself, carries on muttering to himself in Goblin, clearly a little shook. But yeah, just his eyes darting around, never really looking in the eye and just looking beyond them into the darkness.
May I request all of you to make a perception check for me, please?
Nah, you're right. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
What to worry about?
Go on,
You're not
Take us.
required to do so.
No, I mean,
However-
this is the nature of Meridian.
Sheesh, first that one!
First that one.
Hey!
That's it.
Sure.
Oh my god, I got a 7.
Oh, come on, that's like.
I got a 16.
A few of you are.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah,
Sorry.
a few of you are still rolling on whispers.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah, do turn those off, but it's
I
alright.
disabled my secret rolling.
so-
right? People can see.
Yeah,
mine.
yeah, yeah, yours is visible. So, Sena rolled a nat 1, which is with modifiers of 6. Tenacity
Oh my God.
has a 16, Meridian has a 7, Amber has a 9, and Icarus has a 6. Which means that Tenacity's the only one who notices. For a moment, it seems like, just as I described before, there's almost a lantern at the edges of the Evermore Way, but the light is a little fuzzed out through the mist. It almost looks like it's a faint, distant light being diluted by the smoke-like mist that hangs on the southern bank of the Evermores. And with it, there's this faint whisper on the wind. Help! Help!
Wait, the whisper is saying help?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, only Tenacity can hear the whisper, right?
Yes, Tenacity's the only one that notices.
He stands up from where he was sitting. And faces wherever the lantern light is. And it's like, Meridian,
Yes?
that
What do you
lantern
want?
you mentioned.
Yeah?
Look over there.
Well, I don't see anything. What is it?
It's the lantern. It's right there. You don't hear it? You didn't hear that? He looks
Sorry,
around
I
at the
was...
whole group. Nobody
Uh,
else heard that.
Amber
No.
shakes her head.
I mean, I heard the winds were picked up for a bit. I didn't hear much more than that.
Hear what?
There was a voice. Calling out for help.
For a moment, though you're not sure whether it's a trick of the mind, it seems that the light is back for a second, but it's gone as quickly as it appears, Tenacity.
What was the saying help?
Yeah. That's weird. He's gonna start wandering off.
Wait, Tenacity,
Go and take a
and
look.
Meridian will hobble along, cane limp over. Maybe don't go wandering too far.
I'm not going far. I'm just taking a look.
I will say the Evermores are quite dangerous. After Amber sees Tenacity start to stomp off, she sits back for a moment, but as he keeps going, she's gonna get up as well, just
He'll like stop just beyond the edge of the firelight. I assume we still have a fire.
There's still a fire going. Jasmine has not seemed to notice all of the commotion with you. It seems as if she's almost in a trance, the way with which she stares into the light and seems almost not to notice her surroundings. Whether that's a conscious decision or whether she's fallen into whatever dream state or sleep this may be is hard to tell.
Icarus will go stand and go place a hand on Jasmine's shoulder as if to try and almost softly wake her.
She does not respond. There's no reaction.
He'll give a bit more of a firmer shake.
She does not
Let's say-
respond. There's no reaction.
Oh no. He calls out to the others saying, I can't seem to get her attention. He sounds a tiny bit panicked, but he's trying to keep himself under a bit of control.
Oh, hang on, let me try something. Jasmine, look out! One of your beetles has escaped. No, didn't do anything. I don't know. I don't really know her very well. I just kind of. Is she okay? Can I try and make sure she's breathing and everything? She seems just to be like semi-unconscious, right?
She seems to be semi-unconscious, yes.
He's just vibing.
Amber is gonna look back and forth between Tenacity, who's at the edge of the firelight, and back over towards Jasmine. Now, as I believe the only member of the party without dark vision, Amber is not really able to see very far beyond the light of the fire and is growing a little worried for
Halflings don't have
Tenacity.
dark vision.
No, they
What is
don't.
this?
Yeah.
That's tragic. Oh god.
The others really can't see anything, even from the edges of the firelight. That momentary lantern's light on the banks of the Evermoors is seemingly faded. It's
And no more voice.
not audible, though. There is a sort of almost rustle on the wind that is faintly voice-like.
I really swear I heard something.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I believe you.
Mhm.
You know, sometimes we hear voices on the wind, and but I don't know if it necessarily means it's something. Although help is quite alarming.
Yeah, that see.
Are you
That's
sure
what I
it was
thought.
help? They weren't saying anything like kelp or anything like that.
Shelf, maybe. I don't
Maybe.
know.
I don't think we should let ourselves get swayed by whatever we heard. I mean, it's not exactly like we can go out there. We should look after ourselves.
I mean, we could go out there.
There is a second help out on the air that everyone can hear.
Does
Okay,
it
yeah,
sound
no.
like particularly panicked, or just like
There seems to be a level of panic to it, yes.
Does it sound familiar?
No, it does not sound familiar to any of you.
So
Alright.
creepy.
Okay, perhaps we should actually.
Okay, I heard that. I think
Can I?
could one of you?
Sorry, Amber, go ahead.
Well, I'm just if we're gonna. I mean, there's someone needs help, so I'm assuming we're going out to find them, right?
I don't know what help I'll be, but I can help out a little bit.
We do have somebody needing help right here in this camp.
Yeah, should
and
we leave
Senna's
her
gonna
alone?
bend down to Jasmine and try to turn her head away from the flame.
On that note, we're gonna take a break here. We'll be back in.
God.
What did you really truly expect, right? Obviously, I was gonna take a break there.
Hey, I'm gonna
Hey.
get bit. This is gonna happen.
Death is inevitable. I mean, what?
Death is
I wouldn't kill a player in the first session. Most likely.
The more
Probably.
times you say it, the less I believe you.
Would you really not?
No,
Would you
probably
really
next
Yeah.
not?
session. We're gonna end on a less saving throw this session, and next session somebody's gonna get dead and need new character art.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna end on someone with 2 death saving throws at the end of this session. So, like, at the start of the session, the first roll made is just the last death
I
save.
knew it. I
Oh, boy.
should not have
Yeah.
done that. I should not have done that. I
I
live
mean,
in
now
regret.
that-
I
now-
don't know what's gonna happen, but I regret everything.
Now that you said it, because obviously you said it, it was your words and not mine. It's only fitting if it's your character. So hey, that's what I'll do. Sounds
What
only
time
fair.
do we resume?
Yeah, we'll be
Stream?
resuming the stream at 10 past half. However, that doesn't mean that there'll be like 30 minutes of nothing. We have a little bit of content to entertain you in your stream. For those of you to enjoy
We do.
as well.
You
Yeah.
mean
Yes, we
8:40?
do. I mean 8:40, which is
Sorry, I was like, what does that mean?
10 past
10
half,
minutes
which is
past half.
10 minutes
Got it.
past half. Yes.
Yeah, that's a common
It
phrase.
seems like it makes sense. Anyway, so that's in 30 minutes, but we'll have some content to entertain you in the meanwhile. It'll be lovely to have you all back, and
Yeah.
we'll see you then.
See you then.
See you.
Bye.
Bye all. Hello everyone, and welcome to the first episode of Breaking the Dice, the short segment hosted by yours truly during the break. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far, and don't worry, regular programming will resume shortly, but you've got to put up with me for the time being, I'm afraid. In this first episode, we're going to be talking about the rules of the game, both official and homebrew, we're playing with on stream. The first part of this video will hopefully explain the basics of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition as a whole, so that you can better follow the rules if you're new to the game. The second part will explain the house rules and homebrew that we've got into the game, including our sanity, intelligence skills, and death saving throw variant rules. D&D is quite a complicated game, far too complicated for me to explain all the rules in these short few minutes. Hopefully, however, you'll be familiar enough by the end of this video for you to actually get to grips with what we're actually playing with on stream. When we're not in combat, the game mechanics are actually fairly easy to understand. If you hadn't already realised, D&D is a game where you design and play as a fictional character, and you have a certain set of skills and abilities based on which character you create. I'm not actually a 3-foot-tall goblin in real life, I'm afraid. Our characters each have 7 main attributes known as ability scores that pretty much determine all of the different rolls and checks we make during the game. You've got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and sanity. I'll talk more about this last one towards the end of the video. These values range from about 6 to a maximum of 20. The higher the number, the better you are at that certain skill. You're probably aware about the famous 20-sided dice, or D20, and its prevalent use in D&D. A D20 is used in the vast majority of rolls, whether that be skill rolls, or attack rolls, or checks, or saving throws. When Simon tells us to make one of these rolls, we roll the D20, and then take its result, and add a bonus to this number determined by one of the 7 ability scores. And sometimes we might get an extra bonus on top of that, depending on whether or not our character is particularly good or proficient in that certain skill check, attack roll, or saving throw. After calculating our total for the roll and announcing it to Simon, he'll tell us whether or not we succeeded or failed at that certain roll, and then describe the events that happened because of that roll. Sometimes Simon will tell us to roll with advantage or disadvantage, which means basically rolling twice and taking the higher or the lower number respectively before calculating our final roll. A player character isn't just these 7 scores though, and has a whole variety of different features and other options they can take depending on the race, class, or background that they chose upon character creation. They might be able to cast spells and change reality to their will, or transform into a plethora of vicious beasts, or even punch really good. Explaining every single feature or character option in the game would take years, but 9 times out of 10 it boils down to one of these 7 ability scores by the end of it. In combat, things work slightly differently. Instead of the free-form conversation of usual play, D&D combat is closer to a turn-based strategy game in some ways. At the start of combat or a similar encounter, Simon will tell us to roll for initiative, which means rolling the d20 and then taking the result and adding our dexterity modifier to it. The higher the number, the sooner it is our turn. On your turn, you get to move up to your speed, usually determined by your race, take an action, and take a special kind of action called a bonus action. These actions can be used in a variety of different ways, usually to cast a spell or attack with a weapon, or use a class feature or some other action. If needed, you'll roll to hit, and you might deal or take damage in the form of hit points, or HP. If a creature ever reaches 0 HP, they fall unconscious and could die. I'll come onto this in more detail of what happens when you fall unconscious in a second. It's during combat that you'll see a bigger collection of dice being used, not just the d20. Again, this is just a quick overview of the game. There's some rules that I've simplified or just completely glossed over, but hopefully now you know a bit more and can follow the game a bit better. Just to be difficult, Silverymoon's Silent Scream features additional rules on top of or replacing the base ones. The following section showcases these rules in a hopefully easy to understand way. If you want to see the full nitty-gritty list of every rule change in the game, follow the link in the Twitch channel description. The biggest of these changes is adding the 7th ability score, Sanity. Your Sanity score determines your total Sanity points, in a similar way to how Constitution determines your hit points. Just like how different classes have different hit dice, different classes also have different Sanity dice, ranging from a D6 for a rogue or barbarian up to a D12 for monks and paladins. A full list of all the classes' respective Sanity dice can be found in the household document in the channel description. These Sanity points, or SP, can be lost through a variety of different effects. Certain environmental hazards, spells, or anything that could constitute a harrowing experience can cause you to lose SP. This can be quite bad. Sanity points are harder to recover than regular hit points for one, and you also may have fewer total Sanity points than your hit point maximum. Whenever a creature or character's SP reaches half of their maximum, rounded down, that creature undergoes an insanity. This insanity can come in many forms, whether that be a mechanical disadvantage in the game, or a roleplay flaw or change of that character. This kind of insanity is temporary, lasting no more than a few hours in the game. If, however, the character is reduced to 0 SP, they undergo a severe insanity. Long-term madness, hallucination, phobias, or paralysis are just some of the effects that could come up during the game. These are much harder to cure, and might require powerful magic only to be treated. Lastly, Sanity brings with it a corresponding skill, called Mental Fortitude. Simon might ask us to make a Mental Fortitude roll whenever our character is trying to remain calm and composed in a stressful or disturbing situation. Sanity similarly brings with it a Sanity saving throw, which replaces some of the pre-existing saving throws in the game already, such as the ones caused and inflicted by spells. A full list of the spell changes made due to insanity can also be found in the document. Now, while Sanity is the biggest and most game-changing rule we've added to the game, it's not the only one. There are a number of other minor home rules that we're playing with, most of which make the game feel more grueling and terrifying, such as our variant death saving throw rule. When we drop to 0 hit points, we go unconscious as normal and begin making death saving throws on our turn. Unlike regular D&D, however, we're only going to be resetting our death save results when we complete a long rest, and failing a medicine check to try and stabilize a creature could cause another failed death save. This makes it more likely for our characters to die if we ever reduce to 0 hit points, which is worrying. This video is pre-recorded. I hope none of the characters die during the first session. Another key rule added to the game is the Intelligent Skills rule. This grants additional skill, tool, or language proficiencies equal to intelligence modifier during character creation, making intelligence more of a useful ability score to have. We've also altered some of the rules regarding concentration, especially for class features that require concentration but aren't spells. Finally, resurrection is no longer guaranteed by merely expending the spell level and the necessary material components. The caster must make a roll to determine whether or not that creature is successfully brought back to life. Right. Okay. I know that was a lot of information to dump on you at once, and if you're newer to the game and some of the specifics were lost on you, don't worry. A lot of these rules were circumstantial, and will likely only come up in the game if and when they need to, and will be explained again then. Hopefully though, this has given you a rough, if brief, overview of the rules that we're playing during this stream. Finally, please be patient with these rules. As all of these are homemade creations, they're sort of being play tested during the game, and may well be up to change or modification throughout the narrative. We are also new to these rules ourselves, so we may well make mistakes or get things wrong. So, with all those rules out of the way, let's get back to the action. I hope you enjoyed the first episode of Breaking the Dice. The next episode will be shown during the break of the session starting on the 20th of October, and then a new episode every 2 weeks after that. Next time, we'll start the series off properly. This was more of a one-off to explain the rules. It was always the plan for Breaking the Dice to be a show discussing all things world building, giving advice and examples to better improve your creations for both D&D campaigns or other projects. Anyway, I rattled on for long enough. Time for some more actual play D&D. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the break. Go get a snack and a drink. You deserve it. Drink characterization. That's not a word, kid. What are you doing? Why did we pick someone who naturally struggles to speak eloquently as the person to make videos? I don't know. I need a drink. This water isn't strong enough.
And hello everyone! We are back! We exist again! How lovely to see you all again. The break is over now. We've returned. It exists. The game, it is still going. Before we get actually going back with the game again, unfortunately, we do actually have to do a few quick mentions and announcements because we make use of a lot of art and we make use of a lot of good music in this stream. And because we are a stream, we have to do a bunch of shout-outs and announcements. If first I could go to Becky, please, if you'd like to do the art-based announcements for us.
Hello,
Shout-outs.
I would love to do that actually.
Good.
First of all, the map, the lovely, beautiful map that you're all
Oh,
seeing
who was that by?
on the Twitch stream currently was by our very own Kit. It's a customized version of a section of the Sword Coast map, which is by Wizards of the Coast, but the one you see is by Kit. And then all the character arts, excluding the DM token art, were by @A_Snezhka on Twitter, whose Twitter will be linked below if you click on the art credits panel. You can go and take a look at that. And then we also use a variety of special free-to-use artworks from the Griffin's Saddlebag, and that is also linked below. Yeah, that's all my shout-outs.
Joe, if you'd like to add.
Last but certainly not least on the art front, I want to shout out fellow player Becky, tagged Hopsa, link in the description below. So their art is absolutely fantastic as well, and also vital in how this stream goes.
Yeah. What they've done is a lot of assets for the stream, the overlay around everything on the stream, as well as the art for me, the DM, and just a variety of other things. They've basically been helping out with wherever art is needed and necessary. Logo, that's the thing I forgot.
Logo,
I always
yeah.
forget things. And
Beautiful
again,
logo.
for more details about art credits or more specifics, on the panel, which is directly below the stream, there is an art credits thing. If you click on that, that links to a Google document, which gives more detailed information, as well as links to a bunch of stuff. Now, Holly, if you would like to begin with the music shoutouts.
Yes. We've been able to work with a lot of great musicians, which we are insanely thankful for. I believe these are also linked in the description, but
Yeah.
I will also read them out for you. So we are thanking Merlin CG Broadway for their Curse of Strahd originals, Travis Savoie for pretty much all of their music. This includes, but is also not limited to, the Descent into Avernus, Curse of Strahd, Tomb of Annihilation, and the Rime of the Frostmaiden soundtracks. We've got Derek and Brandon Fiechter, I think.
Fiechter.
Fiechter?
Fiechter. As far as I'm aware, it's a German name, but I'm not fully sure about that one.
Yeah, my pronunciation's well off there, but as Simon said, that's for all of their very broad variety of fantasy music. We've got Lena Raine, specifically for the Colourful Tale from the Chicory soundtrack, as well as their entire Celeste soundtrack, which is including the Farewell soundtrack as Celeste DLC, and Graham Plowman for their Lovecraft orchestral music and originals.
No.
Yeah, and it's not just individual composers that we have great works from. We've also got actual music from larger scale companies, including Stuart Chatwood from Red Hook Studios has given us permission for the original soundtrack of the Darkest Dungeon games. We've also got the original soundtrack for the video game series The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing, developed by Neocore Games. All rights reserved by them. And then, of course, we've got Piotr Musial for parts of the original soundtrack for Frostpunk in collaboration with 11-Bit Studios. And we've got Eric Barone, composer of the original soundtrack for Stardew Valley. And we also have some other last few music from Kevin MacLeod, as always. And we have Maiden Havor's album and music from Scott Buckley.
Yeah, all of those are under Creative Commons attribution licenses. So we are not using those explicitly with permission, but under those licenses we're free to use them anyway. I believe that's all of the announcements done with regards to permissions and shoutouts. There's still a few things I quickly wanted to mention. Again, this is the first stream. Next streams are probably going to be a bit better. We'll have the music sorted for the breaks, and hopefully some other things will be fixed as well. I heard there was a fan going on that should be fixed now at the start of the session. Now, I do want to quickly shout out, linked to the Twitch are also a Twitter and Instagram and a YouTube channel. We'll be posting the YouTube VODs every Saturday for the session from the Wednesday prior, so if you ever miss a session, you can pick that back up on the Saturday, watch the whole VOD. You can also re-watch episodes, obviously, so you'll be sure not to miss out too much whenever you don't end up catching the whole session. The Twitter and the Instagram will obviously be keeping you posted about new developments, new updates, as well as if any of you want to share any memes or fan art or anything else, just feel free to post them wherever and tag us in it. We're basically called Heads or Tails D&D everywhere, so you should be able to find us wherever you're looking for us. I think that's everything, though if any one of you would like to add something, do let me know.
For posting some stuff on Instagram, we would like you to tag it with Heads or Tails D&D, because that's where we're going to be putting, or at least tagging, all the stuff that we post, and it means that we can easily see anything that you want to post or share with us too.
Woo!
Alright. Now, last we left off, the party had been camping along the Evermore Way, and it's turned to night at this point. The stars overhead are faintly shining, and there's a cold wind brushing southbound coming from the Evermores with a faint smell of acid, death, and decay. It's a cold night. Jasmine, the non-human, though unclear heritage, older woman that has been accompanying them, is almost faintly drawn into a trance as she's been staring into the fire and does not reply to any action of the players. A few vague lights have been seen in the fog to the north, coming from the bank of the Evermores, and a faint scream of help has accompanied it. Because of this, the group of 5 is now unsure of what to do and what lies ahead.
What you, do we go after the screams of help, or do we, push on and, look after Jasmine?
Maybe one of us stays here?
Yeah, we could do that. Who do you think is, better at looking? I don't know Jasmine very well. Perhaps this is just something she does on a regular occurrence, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
I've never met her before today, so I really don't know.
Has she turned her head back towards the flame, or is she just looking into the distance now that I've turned her head away?
She's turned her head back to the flame.
Okay. Alright, well, how about, you can all see perfectly well, right?
Yes, of course. My vision is impeccable.
Alright, lovely. I'll just hold on to my, necklace for a moment and make the fire go out.
Amber,
Whoever does
upon
that first.
this moment, will go. I can't see. Hello. What did you do?
I mean, I've still got light here. Just stand next to me.
Amber will look around for the slightly amorphous liquid at the
Goopy.
top of Tenacity's staff, and rush over towards them. It's very dark tonight.
Sorry. I did ask.
There's a... relatively full moon overhead, but the pale light from it hardly is anything amid the darkness and the fog that's lingering along the Evermore Way.
Do I still see that lantern?
Not currently. No.
Did that affect Jasmine in any way?
No.
She's just staring into the fire pit now?
Yeah. Staring into the
Oh.
into the lack of flame.
I'll hold it back. I'll hold my necklace again and just relight the campfire. Well, that didn't sort anything out. We could always drag her with us.
Well, that doesn't seem like the best course of action, but if it's the only one we have available to us, two of us, if none of us want to split up, then, I mean, we could do that.
I mean, I can stay behind. It's no problem, but
I do want to say that I don't really feel comfortable just letting whatever that help scream is go unchecked. I think if you aren't willing to part with Jasmine, which is sensible, perhaps you should stay here, or maybe drag her along with you, and you need to go check that out as quickly as possible before something bad happens.
how hard is she to maneuver up?
It's a relatively short old lady. You could probably, with the effort of two of you, carry her.
I mean, would anybody be up for carrying her? Because if not, I can stay behind.
I could help you with that, but do we? I mean, I don't particularly think it's a good idea for us all to break up into different groups, but if we want to stay together, we should bring her with us.
Be wise. If anything, we can always just put her down and deal with whatever trouble is happening. Yep.
Yes.
Alright, well then, if you're willing to help me out, and I'll just try and lift her up by the armpits. Evil.
Do you pick people up by their feet when you carry them like that?
You pick them up.
I mean, hands and feet is
And
an
her knees?
option. There are a lot of options.
Oh, I don't want to carry her like she's a dead body. She deserves more
You could do the
respect than that.
fireman carry, do the like over the shoulder kind of thing.
But
I mean,
that would
that
requires one person.
Yeah.
would
fireman
require
tandem,
one of
course.
you with a decent amount of strength. I wonder which of you has a decent amount of strength.
We could we maneuver her so her like arms are over each of our shoulders?
We could
And,
put
like,
her in a
kind of-
bedroll. And just hold on to the ends of the bedroll.
I will say Amber is far too small to attempt carrying her.
Yeah, I only have one good leg, so I'm not going to be much help.
I mean, then I would have set up her bedroll anyway, so we can just slide Jasmine onto the bedroll and hold onto the edges of the bedroll, and if we have to put her down, at least she's on something soft.
This is the moment where the party
Yeah.
realizes that everyone dumped strength.
Oh no!
Classic.
Well,
Absolute classic.
I mean, it's
That's
not.
amazing.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's a bit bad, but it's not that bad.
I'm not joking when I'm saying a 12 is the highest strength in the party.
Excellent.
That's hilarious.
No,
That is so
no,
good.
no.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh. We better find an amulet somewhere.
Yeah, someone needs to get strong. Oh no.
12 is
Simon about
12
Simon
is-
about
yeah.
to start pulling out AoE strength saving throw spells just to kill us
Oh
all.
god.
yeah,
Alright, well,
obviously.
Senna's just pushing the old woman onto the bedroll and grabbing onto.
Wait, how about we use the cart that she has? It might not be that stealthy, but at least we don't have to carry the brunt of the weight.
I mean, yep, well, no, that works. Am I supposed to drag her alone then?
Were there horses pulling the cart?
No,
No.
How
the
was
car,
the cart
the car
moving?
was
We
the
just
car was
push it.
pushed. Yeah, the car was pushed by
Oh, okay.
by Jasmine the whole way.
I'm
You
thinking of a
just
different
put
kind
her
of
on.
cart.
Just flop her on.
It's basically like a trolley with a stool attached to it.
Got it. Yeah, that'll work.
Alright.
Okay, let's hurry. Whatever saying help has been quiet for a while, which is probably a bad thing.
Amber is she's going to try and hold out a hand towards Tenacity like would you mind? Sorry, it's just very, very dark, and well,
Oh,
the
yeah, sure.
Evermore's are not a place you want to be when it's dark.
None of us are listening to Amber when she says that this is not a place that we want to be walking along when it's the dark.
I mean, a couple of us could just go and just take a look, just take a look. Just to see. If we don't all want to go along.
Well, you're awful curious, aren't you?
I mean, I'd be lying if I wasn't either, but it's also the fact that if someone's screaming help, I don't know how, I don't
Yeah,
know
we can't.
Can I request each of you to make a perception check, please?
Yeah,
Is this
baby.
story?
Given how bad our
all of you.
perception rolls have been.
All of us, okay.
I don't think I've rolled anything
Again,
higher than
the roll is
5.
optional. You don't have
Neither
to roll.
have I.
However,
I think.
hey, that's a nat 1 for Meridian.
Yeah.
Your rolls are still
Oh,
in
nice.
secret.
Why
No,
not?
Kit is no longer in secret. That one's very visible.
Oh no, they're not.
But, I got a 13.
Come on.
We're supposed to call these out, aren't we?
Yeah, a 21 for Icarus, a 13 for Tenacity, a 19 for Sena, and a 5 for Amber. So with that, it's just Sena and Icarus that succeed. You
I
can.
will note, given it's in complete darkness, should Amber have disadvantage? Not that it matters.
This is
she will
audio,
reply.
so no.
Oh, cool.
No, you would not have disadvantage on this. There is another faint help, but it's more distant, as if the sound is getting further away from you.
So the fact is, we haven't heard anything from that voice for quite a while, so whatever's happened to it, I'm sure it's not good, so we should push on as quickly as possible.
Icarus kind of looks a bit nervous when he hears the voice again, and kind of very quickly tells the others, plural. I just heard it again. It sounds like it's getting further away.
Let's hurry then.
Amber, just a quick question whilst we're hurrying along. Do you happen to know of anything that might be disguising itself as a humanoid person trying to seek out help just so it can trap us and feed us on us? No, right? Like, that wouldn't be happening, right?
Amber,
Not that I'm worried.
looks
It's just like...
at Senna for a moment, thinks, and says, "Well, I mean, stories of all kinds of things, but I don't
Great.
think I've ever heard anything that's true about that. I have no idea."
Look, we're done with the ghost stories. There's someone screaming for help. If it's a trap, we'll deal with it. But right now, we gotta help them.
Yeah, let's go, Meridian.
Amber, though she looks relatively scared, also just nods and says, "Yeah, I don't think we have a choice, really."
I mean, you always have a choice. You
Well, yeah,
always
that's not the point.
have a choice. Whether that choice is good is another question.
Senna's gonna stick to the back, just pushing Jasmine along in the cart.
It's such a weird image. It's such a weird image. Just one person limping, the other person just pushing a cart with a body in it. Oh my god.
What is Jasmine doing? Does she just like laid there staring in the cart?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Catatonic, and I don't trust that one bit.
Surely she didn't just die, did she?
She's probably the voice. Anyway,
Oh, that'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
Well,
mhm.
well, I didn't say it sounded familiar.
No,
I said
he
it
said
didn't
doesn't.
sound familiar.
Said it
As
sounded
far as you're
unfamiliar.
aware, it does not sound familiar. However, if Jasmine's making this noise, it's quite a weird way in which she would be making this noise, because it's clearly not through her vocal cords, because she's catatonic.
Oh, she's obviously her soul has left and it's gone off.
Yeah,
She's
this
very
is
good.
actually
Conclusion.
her.
Let's just look. Whatever these strange harebrained theories are, again, don't know if that was in character or not. But if not, then Meridian is imagining himself and speaking out loud. We should push on as quickly as possible. and he's looking a little bit flustered.
As you're moving closer to the Evermoors, the floor underfoot is getting a bit more damp. There are a group of, like, dead trees almost. Whether they're dead or whether they're still alive but lack the greenery typically associated with trees is a little unclear. But their branches are sharp and almost thorned in the spiky ways in which they cut off at each intersection. It leads to this weird, like, soggy floor as you're walking further north. Your shoes are getting muddy with each step for as far as you're wearing shoes. And there's something ominous about the sharp branches of trees overhead. The fog has sort of set in more, and it makes it harder to see whatever is going on. There's a cold wind here, and the smell of death is getting a lot worse.
Would I have heard of anything that lingers in these kind of places and lures people in? Like, I don't know, any magical creature or I don't know, just having heard stories or anything.
Can you roll me a nature check, please?
I can indeed.
To some of you, rolling nature here seems a little weird, but I do use nature as a general monster lore check as well.
That's a 4.
Yeah,
Incredible.
You've never heard of a creature of such variety, though. Maybe these marshlands aren't the terrain you're most familiar with, nor grew up very near, so it might have just been that such a story never came your way.
Cool. Keep going then.
As you're going further off the road, can I ask each of you to roll a perception check for me, please?
Another one. We're failing so
Love all
many.
these checks.
This one's going to be a good
All
one.
of them have been good, like the 21.
That's
I will say,
Oh, let's go.
Icarus is kind of visibly disgusted by his feet getting so wet.
Oh my god, this is the highest roll I've made all
I've
Did you
got
do
an
perception,
18
by
as
the way?
well.
Perception, yes, please.
Great.
Firstly, that's
25 natural
correct.
20!
That's
Let's
a correct.
go!
Yeah.
25 for Sena, 10 for Icarus, 14 for Amber, 18 for Meridian, and a 16 for Tenacity. Now, for you specifically, Meridian, the little compass that's at the top, sort of at the pommel of your walking cane, the needle of it has started slightly shivering, as though it's unclear of its pointed direction. It's not like swirling around in circles, but it seems a little uneven, a little unstable, for whatever reason that may be. It might just be that your cane is sinking down into the ground, but that shouldn't cause such an inconsistent effect, which is catching you off guard for a moment. Then everyone except for Icarus, you can tell there seems to be a faint light. It seems stationary and it flickers a little as though a dancing flame further to your what seems to be northward direction. Overhead the stars are becoming a little fainter amid the overcurling branches of the trees that are quite sharp and the fog that is really beginning to set in with each further step into the marshes. Sena, for just a moment, but you're not sure. It seems like there's blood on a nearby tree, a stain of what seems to be handprints.
Oh god. Is anybody else helping me push the cart? Or am I just pushing it alone?
I believe it's just you pushing it alone right now.
Cool. So that will be hard to do. Pardon me for interrupting whilst we're running to the voice screaming help. I think I saw blood on the trees. I might not have, but just in case. Fun fact.
Mad?
Oh,
Blood.
Blood.
Blood. Oh, I was going to say mud on the trees isn't that worrying. Blood on.
What kind
Oh.
of blood?
Well, the blood kind. Is there any other? We passed
it-
by. I can't really.
Fresh blood?
Well, isn't there something worrying about blood on trees in general?
It wasn't fresh as in still dripping, but it wasn't an old stain. It wasn't hardly faded into the woods. It was semi-recent.
I'd still smell it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a tinge of iron on the air.
Yeah.
Well.
A tinge of iron and acid.
Oh. Well, I'll let the group know about the iron and acid parks.
I mean, the iron and acid
I
are,
try-
both smells.
Yeah, could I try and investigate the blood stain and work out if it's humanoid or something else in nature?
By it.
Yeah, you passed by it. You'll need to turn back.
Oh, sorry. Never mind then. I won't do that then.
Just for running.
I mean,
We
you are
running?
walking. You're not running, but you are walking
That's
deeper
true.
into the moors,
Okay.
trying to.
Yeah.
The light
It's
is
hard to.
the light that you can see that's slightly flickerish and coming closer is. It's almost fading with each step you're taking closer to it. Not as if it's moving away, but as if it's dimming rapidly.
Suggest getting any weapons out you may have on hand.
Does it seem we're getting any closer
You
to
are
the light?
you are getting closer, but the light is dimming down.
Interesting.
When you mentioned putting hands onto your weapons, Meridian's hand that isn't currently holding the cane goes to the left-hand side of his body where there seems to be a glass bottle by his waist.
Amber's one of her hands is still firmly holding onto tenacity. The other tightens slightly around her stick.
Icarus seems to tense up a little bit.
Tenacity do be looking at the light very much.
I have my hands full.
Yeah.
I push the cart.
Please draw your weapons, and like 2 people describe how they're not drawing weapons, and 2 people just say, I tense up a little. Interesting. As you come closer, you reach this sort of thin puddle of water. It's this. I mean, it seems to be water, but it weirdly reflects the branches overhead in an almost eerie pattern. It's cold to the touch and it's freezing, across from which you can begin to see what looks like the remains of a campfire. There had been a camp here, but what fire may have been has since faded into slim, small embers. There are a few would seem to be discarded pieces of clothing and possibly a dagger buried amid the dirt, though it's a little hard to see amid the mist from over this side of the puddle.
Can I go and look at the
You'll need to
try and
either
see what-
traverse through the puddle or try and like
It's
make
just
a way around.
puddle. It's
Right,
just a
before-
puddle.
Before Tenacity
Although,
steps forward, could I have a quick look and make sure there's nothing hiding in any of the brush or anything like that? Or in the water?
Yeah, okay. Can you roll me a perception check, please? I mean,
Yes, of
this
course.
is just the session of you guys rolling perception checks, you know?
Yeah, it's
Really
fitting.
badly.
It is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
I got a 7.
That is
Oh,
a
no.
7. As far as you can tell, there's nothing. Yeah, as our lovely viewers mentioned, it's just a puddle. What's the worst that can happen, right?
No, don't say that.
Does it
don't
look
say that.
deep?
Puddle
Does the
beauty
puddle look
evermores.
deep?
It's a little hard to tell because it's quite clearly reflecting the branches overhead. You can't see the bottom of the puddle, but whether that's because of the reflective index of the puddle just clearly reflecting what you can see above you, or whether that is because the depth of the puddle is so deep.
Okay,
Good question.
he's gonna look at the puddle and be like, oh wait, this is we're known for being swampy. Might be an edge around the puddle.
Okay. What are the others doing in the meantime? Well, Tenacity's started exploring the edges of the puddle and Meridian is doing the underbrush. is doing a good checkup of the underbrush. What are Amber, Icarus, and I mean Senna is obviously still dragging the cart around through the muddy undergrowth. You can tell that the cart is sort of slowly sinking into the flopping floor underneath.
Right.
Amber is still clutching on to Tenacity's hand, given she can barely see at all in the darkness. Even that little the others can see, she can see basically nothing.
Yeah,
Isn't
because
my lantern doing anything?
I mean,
Yeah, your light is doing
it's
stuff.
providing light, yes. However, there is still fog around. There is still mist around, and that light is provide. If I'm not mistaken, 15 feet of bright light, 15 feet of dim light. Which means it's only any sight up to 30 feet, and even like beyond 15 feet, really not much.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas typical dark vision stretches for at least 60 feet, if not more.
Okay.
Icarus is honestly a bit distracted by himself at this point. He kind of keeps picking up his feet and like frowning at the state that they're in. He can feel like the cold seeping through, the wetness on his skin, and he is thoroughly uncomfortable right now. He's more distracted by that than anything, I think, at this point.
Okay. As you're sort of making your way around the puddle, you finally find what seems to be a semi-stable stretch of land. It's still soggy undergrowth on which each step it's sort of... You can feel the mud sort of slipping down and sinking in, water bubbles bubbling up from underneath. It's still soggy and marshlandish terrain that you're walking through, but you've now seemingly found a connection to the camp. The embers are quickly dying down in an almost too quick pattern, as if the fires don't want to stay on for too long.
Tell what's gone on here.
You can not. It's a bit difficult to tell. It seems like there was a campfire here. This might have once been the camping location. There are torn apart clothes. There are seemingly some signs of struggle in general. There's a discarded dagger that's partially dent and broken, tossed to the wayside and slightly sunk into the mud underneath. There's slight blood stains on the stones nearby. There's no bodies as far as you can tell.
Turn to Amber and be like, this doesn't look good.
I'm assuming Amber can see all of this.
Yeah. This is within 15 feet. Or
Amber
within 30 feet.
will,
Yeah. Amber can
look,
see
turn-
this.
Yeah, turn back towards Tenacity and say, no, it really doesn't, does it?
I wonder what happened.
I'm not quite sure. Could I perhaps have a look, try and get a closer look at the dagger and see if this is what could have caused any of the bloodstains or the tear marks in the clothes?
Can you roll me an investigation check, please?
Yes, this is something I'm better at.
Spoilers. No, I'm joking.
That is a dirty 20.
That is, in fact, a dirty 20. As the dagger is blood stainless, there's no stains of blood at all on the dagger. It's muddy and dirty, sure, for it's sunk into the mud, and it's sort of like the handle like drew in some of the like liquid, so it's still drooping slightly with that muddy substance as you're holding onto the hilt. There's no blood stains on it, which seems like it might have not seen use. It seems like someone might have been reaching for it amidst a struggle, but was clearly either unable to reach it or required to retreat from it due to dangerous circumstances. or perhaps is attempted to throw or draw the dagger, but failed to strike whatever target it was aimed for.
Well, I don't think this dagger has anything to do with the ripped up clothes. I think it's more likely that, I don't know, what would cause someone to just tear their clothes apart before running away?
It looks like they were maybe taken.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Well, the thing is, there's no signs of any body, so unless they were taken further into the moors or beneath us, then
No wonder they were screaming for help.
we don't hear any more screams of help, do we?
Not currently.
Question: Are there signs of multiple people at this campsite? and
There are
we only
signs
heard
of multiple people. You've only heard one individual
One
screaming, for as
specific
far
one.
as you're aware. Yes.
Okay,
Every help that has been heard has been in the same voice.
we've heard it for a while.
Guys, what if this is our campsite? Kidding.
Oh god.
What if this is your campsite? What a good
I
call.
don't think that makes any sense. Like, as cool as it is, I don't think that
That's
makes
what we
sense.
have to expect.
Well, maybe
kid.
we just got lost and turned around.
The embers
accidentally.
have all gone black at this point. What remains of the firewood is literally just charcoal and ash.
That blood on the rocks you mentioned, is that like further on from the campsite?
It's a little. It's not like a blood trail leading anywhere, but it's a stain of blood
Oh,
a
okay,
little
okay.
further away from the fire. Yes.
Okay, sorry. I was like, oh, it's
It
a trail.
might be
Okay.
it might be an indication of direction. It's hard to tell, but it's not a clear like there's been a dead body dragged this way type of blood trail.
Mm-hmm.
Could it possibly look like a dead body's been dragged below, like into the depths of the water or the swamp beneath us? Is there any signs for something like that?
I mean, the problem is the floor is so unstable and marshy and like every step you're unsure whether you'll sink in for just a centimeter or two, or whether there'll be a proper 8 or 9 centimeters that you'll sink into the mud below. It's almost like at every moment you can be betrayed by quicksand, though instead of quicksand it's merely the suckling mud that's drawing you down. Because of that, it's very unclear if the ground here has been disturbed by any such phenomenon. It would be basically impossible to tell.
And final thing to check that Meridian is meticulously looking over. The clothing. It's not familiar. Does it look like it was ripped apart in a meticulous way to find something, or just like a mindless swipe
It
and
seems
slash?
to have been a mindless swipe and slash.
Okay.
From a Meridian's perspective specifically, it seems like this camp might have fallen victim to goblins or trolls from the nearby region. The claw slashes would line up with those species. It's not the only option, but it's at least an option.
Well, from surveying everything that we can find here, it appears that some kind of goblinoid force of some sort has attacked these people. It may also be trolls, or I know that trolls are known to stalk the area. I think Jasmine said that beforehand. So perhaps it's just something like that. I think maybe we're just too late to help them, or I don't know, maybe they were kidnapped or taken somewhere, but it's hard to tell where they would have gone. Further into the Evermoors? That doesn't sound like a place I'd rather explore, no matter how tempting it is to research it.
It almost feels like the fog is getting more and more dense, as if it's creeping in closer with the shadows, as if it's coming for you, as if it aims to surround you, to close in on you. It has an almost oppressive feeling to it, as it's sort of creeping closer, step by step.
we've got to make a decision. Are we heading back so we can hopefully get safe before it gets too late, or?
Meridian,
Hate
you're
to say it.
alerted by a soft tick on the top of your pommel. The compass has started flicking more intensely back and forth now. It's getting confused, seemingly, getting dragged off course by something.
I don't like this at all.
I hate to say it, but we should probably go back.
Yes, we should. Is there any way for me to like try and get my compass to work and point in the same direction it was before, or anything like that, or is it just completely?
What actions would you like to be undertaking for this?
I don't know. Literally, Meridian's not seen this happen before. Meridian's just gonna be tapping the top of the glass of the pommel and be like trying to get it to stay still. He'll probably say something in Goblin or Common if he's this frustrated to just go, "Come on, work, you stupid thing." Just try and get the compass to respond in some way.
With each tap on the compass, it almost seems to go more wild until after 3 or 4 taps, it's wildly spinning in circles.
I always knew this compass was broken.
Well, does
I
anyone
think-
remember the way back?
Yeah, well, it's that way, right? We can follow the mud prints, surely. There's going to be trails of the cart, right? The cart track can help us.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to track the cart track for much more than 5 feet where the mud is already slipped back into its old position.
No.
There is
Well-
a light further ahead in the fog, swaying back and forth.
What do we do? I mean, it's a famous idiom to not want to go towards the light, right? But do we have any other options? We could try and trek through the muds, but I feel like that light is just going to follow us. Like the book.
Like the goddamn book.
And
I-
we didn't go that. I mean, if we just know which way we go backwards, surely we'll get back to the path, right? I mean, it's a long road. We'll just turn around and walk towards it. That will work, won't it?
I'm
An Ash's
all
tea.
for this walking. I do have to remind you that I am, in fact, pushing a cart, and I would suggest that we go whichever path will be easiest for me because I am getting tired. It's late, and I didn't sign up for this specifically.
I don't think we should be potentially risking our lives going towards some sort of strange light source that we don't have no clue what it actually is.
There is
Okay,
some.
champ,
what
you
happens
lead
to-
the way back then, huh?
Well, I wasn't. He looks mildly frustrated for a moment, and then kind of throws his hands up a little bit, and he was like, "Well, I wasn't saying that I knew the way."
What happens to these people then? There's a chance that they're still alive. The bodies haven't been found. We're just gonna wait.
Do we all hear that? Presumably.
Yes. Yes, you will hear
See?
it.
There's shit out there.
It's coming from the direction of the swaying light.
I don't know if that sounds panicked anymore.
Can I try and get a sense of the voice of whether, like, of what kind of intentions it has? If that's possible from just a disembodied voice?
Roll an insight check.
Because it sounds creepy to me.
I'm gonna say it sounds creepy.
Just anything.
It might also be the music and the atmosphere that makes it more
Yeah.
creepy.
I got
think the
a
atmosphere
12.
is incredibly creepy. Can I also roll insight before you?
Yeah,
The whole
Cool.
time I had Spotify too quiet to hear.
that's not my fault.
No, I know.
Oh, wait.
I take no
Simon,
responsibility.
can I roll
for that.
insight?
Yeah,
or-
yeah, yeah. Yeah, feel free to. 24. For kids specifically, it's a bit hard to tell. It does sound panicked. For Amber specifically, it doesn't per se sound very panicked, more so as it sounds filled with this sense of anguish and despair. An almost hopeless sense of misery that sinks through.
They're sad. So sad.
Wouldn't you be?
Oh. It just doesn't sound like they're being dragged away, is all.
But we can't leave them, can we?
Maybe they're just really hungry for some live people to walk on over to the light and get absolutely murdered.
But we can't leave them.
Icarus down a little bit, and place his hands on Amber's shoulders, and say, "I know we haven't known each other very long, but I, for one, am not going to let you get killed because you care far too much about other people. I know it might be difficult to turn away from this, but you can't let yourself get killed for this, Amber, no matter how much you want to save someone. I, for one, don't think we should go towards there."
Amber looks up and makes eye contact with Icarus for a while and just stares and then dips her head down and says, "All right, okay." She seems very sad.
Oh, okay. I do realise it's getting very late and we are stranded in the middle of an unchartable swamp, so perhaps retreating is our best course of action, no matter how tempting it is to figure out whatever that screaming is. Another option is, what if the screaming and the trance that Jasmine is under are somehow linked? What if the only way we can figure out how to actually help Jasmine is by heading towards the light?
Jasmine, look, right now. Has she changed at all since getting closer? Or is she still in the
No,
same state?
she's still in the same state.
Balls, okay.
Seem like a magically induced, like something weird, or does it seem like just a normal trance?
It's hard to
just
tell.
a normal trance.
I mean, it's hard to tell. Although elves typically trance, they are usually aware of their senses in the outside world during this state, in which case you would have expected response by now. So in that sense, it seems like something is off. But other than that, how would one tell if this trance is magically inspired other than suspicion? It's difficult to say.
Is there any kind of wood, like, on the ground next to the cart that Santa could pick up?
There's the ashes of the campfire. You could break off some branches from a nearby tree, but those are your only options.
Can I try and break off a branch off a tree and set it alight with a cantrip and then throw it into the fog?
Yes, most definitely.
Alright, I would like to do that, please.
As you do, you throw out this burning wooden stick, and for a little while it forms this sort of ball-formed light in the distance, but it flickers quite rapidly, and it almost unnaturally fastly fizzles out, almost as if you'd thrown it into a puddle of water, even though you were convinced you'd just hit the mark.
That's definitely not a good sign. I suggest we quickly get out of this whatever it is, not fog, because that does not look like proper fog response to a branch on fire.
That's fascinating, though.
Yeah. However
Fascinating, but
fascinating.
I'd rather not be dead.
The light,
I think it's time we cut our losses.
the light at the end is still sort of swaying back and forth in almost a rhythmic pattern. It's quite calming in a sense, which is eerie in a lot of ways.
We should try and find a way out of here.
Is the fog clouding the sky?
Yes. You cannot see the stars overhead currently.
Beautiful.
Some proper
Right.
fog.
It's a really dense fog, yeah. It's gotten a lot
Very.
denser with every step into the Evermoors.
Does the light look attached to anything?
It might be attached to a chain, but if it would have been, the shadow wouldn't be cast in your direction, but upwards. It might be a lantern swaying back and forth on a chain attached to the tree overhead, because it is quite close to what seems to be the silhouette of a tree.
How far from us is it?
It's hard to tell whether it's a small light 30 feet away or a big light 120 feet away, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it is feasibly not very far. It's at most 200 feet.
Spooky.
Senna's just gonna start pushing the cart in whichever direction away from the light and away from the fire that fizzled out way too quickly.
Let's, however intriguing this strange, flickering, rhythmic light may be, Tenacity, I do suggest that we try and get out of here. I don't really want to be stranded in the middle of a swamp. I don't think mud is very comfortable anyway.
Okay, yeah. Let's go back.
All right. Okay.
As
Okay.
as you're pushing the cart sort of away from the light, one of the wheels slips and sort of almost falls into what seems to be some sort of sinkhole in the marshes, and it sort of clacks over to its side, sort of almost crashing sideways. It's now at like a 40-degree angle, sort of turned on its side, the one wheel no longer rolling. Yeah, it seems like where it looked like there had been floor overhead, it isn't like a pit trap that had been built there on purpose, but it had been covered by a few branches and hard to see in the darkness.
Oh, lovely. How hard would it be to pull it out?
I'll go over and help.
You can certainly try.
We're so strong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
strong,
not a city thing, but yeah.
strong party. Can I have strength checks from the both of you?
Absolutely.
Yep, I'm totally good at those.
Those are your best skill, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in the party has a high strength, right?
Yeah.
This is the unskilled thing, right?
This is unskilled STR, yes.
Yeah. That word just keeps throwing me off.
Natural 20.
Natural
Yeah.
20!
And a 16. And a
Wow.
16.
Why?
Wait.
Why did I get
A 17 to a 16.
That's
So that's
so-
Wrong.
Tenacity strong. Tenacity strong.
What a
thrilled
surprise.
by this adventure.
It's almost a level of esoteric influence that sort of brings the motivation or strength, whether it's pushed by fear or just sheer determination of will. Tenacity puts everything into this, and with the help of Sena, you do manage to sort of like pull back the cart, get like the wheel sort of back onto land, and although the wheel seems slightly cracked from this, like it's not perfectly straight anymore, it's slightly off angle, it's not broken off. It seems like the cart might still be good enough to move with.
Alright. Gonna continue pushing the cart onwards and try and keep an eye out for more
How
sinkholes.
about I light your way a bit?
Sure.
Is Amber still holding on to Tenacity at this point, or if Tenacity is pushing the cart, I suppose
He's
she
sort of
may be-
walking next to it, so you could still hold his hand if you wanted to.
she would either be holding on to that, or she may, after what Icarus said, she may be near Icarus, though there's no light there.
So you're trying to move further with the cart again, correct?
Yep, just trying to keep an eye out for any fervor sinkholes.
Okay. For Sena, Tenacity, and anyone else that is specifically looking for things around the cart, can I have a perception check, please?
Yes, sir.
I think Meridian is keeping the
I'm
keeping
not
an
a
eye.
natural one.
Nice.
I'm so good at rolling badly.
Oh no.
Tenacity.
That's
Ah,
incredible.
yes.
I love how that natural one is still higher than Tenacity's 4.
Yeah.
Ugh.
+5 modifier for Dana.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Sena's
Meridian is probably just keeping his head turned back the way we came to make sure that flickering light doesn't get any closer as we try and retreat.
Okay. Can I have a perception check for Meridian, please?
Of course. Nice. Another 6.
Yeah.
Oh god. Doing good, guys.
For a while, nothing happens with the light, and the cart pushes further, and then, almost suddenly, the light disappears. Gone. It almost seems like there's a tree that's gotten in the way between you and the light, but there is no tree visible. If there was, you would have expected to at least see a silhouette amid the fog, but the light's gone. It's nowhere to be seen anymore. Sena and Tenacity, as you're sort of pushing the cart moving further, the fog's been creeping ever closer. To this point, you really can't see much further than 30 feet, even if you were to have the dark vision. The mist is building quite intensely. With a quite sudden a thud, the cart hits something on the floor.
Is it a body?
It looks to be.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I'll go and examine the body.
Keep a knife out, just in case.
He does actually draw a dagger from a holster on his leg.
Ugh. If
It's...
it moves, stab it.
It is, in fact, a dead body of what seems to be a relatively young human child. Not a child as in... It's a young adult, probably aging 15 to 16 years old. They've clearly been ripped apart by whatever creature is lurking amid these Evermores.
This is not good. Can I tell what has... This is horrid. Can I tell what has ripped it up?
If you'd like to roll me a nature,
beast
if you'd like to
or
roll me
a weapon?
if you'd like to roll me a nature check, please, or an investigation check, both are fine.
I will do investigation because I have it in proficiency today.
Ah,
That's a natural 20. So that's a
Another
24.
one? Did you roll another nat 20?
Yeah,
How many have you
baby.
rolled so far?
although
A
the
number.
Only
body
two.
has been ripped apart by claws, you don't think this is the cause of death, because if someone had been ripped apart by claws, there'd be far more blood stains, far more blood everywhere, and it seems there's a distinct lack of blood, almost as if these claw marks have been made after the body had already died. It almost seems like something else has drawn whatever life was in this body out from it in a magical way. There's a faint dullness in the eyes that look almost grayer and darker than usual, as though the life has been drawn out from them. Whatever may have caused this, although the body's so marred by physical wounds, was something clearly far more grim than that.
Lena,
Yes.
have you ever seen anything like this?
Probably not, but I don't think so. I don't know where I would have seen it.
It looks like they were killed by magic, not by whatever made these rip marks. I think maybe getting back to the camp is a good idea. Although, I can't help but wonder what did this.
Senna just stares briefly at Jasmine and then looks back. Body in the way.
Does anybody else see the body? Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, everyone sees the body in case it wasn't clear. This body is visible to everyone. It's just the two that are closest to the cart / focusing most around the cart, the ones that are going to notice it first.
Now, there's two worrying things about this body. One, it's a body. Someone's died, right? Their life force was drained from them, etc., etc. The other, we didn't see the body on the way here, which means I'm kind of worried we're not going the same way back.
Well, I think that's the better outcome.
There is a light in the fog ahead of you now, swaying back and forth, an almost hypnotic pattern, rhythmically.
Because the other option, Amber says now, looking at towards the light in the fog, assuming she can see it.
Everyone can. It's light.
Yeah.
It does not relate to dark vision.
Because the other option is much, much worse.
The other option being that they died while we were... Wow.
Sorry for that background screen. My housemates are making a bunch of noise. That's not intended ambience.
It works.
It works, but... Oh well.
I think we should try and get out of here as quickly as possible.
God damn it.
Is my compass still spinning around?
Your compass is still spinning around.
Oh, okay.
Again, ahead of you is the swaying light moving back and forth.
Yep. How far away is it?
Hard to tell. It could be anywhere from 30 feet to 200.
I think Meridian's frustrated and his hand is gripping both the cane in one hand and the bottle by his side, which is leather wrapped and hard to tell exactly what its contents are, even more tight than before. And he's also mumbling a lot more to himself.
What are the others doing?
Handing over the cart.
Yes, moving the body so the cart can get past.
So you're moving towards the light now.
I don't know. Are we going the right way? That's to Senna, by the way.
Well, I have no clue. I just went the way that was opposite the light, and now the light is in front of us, and I was just walking straight the entire time. So there is a chance that this light is in fact moving in front of wherever we're going.
As you look behind you, sort of glancing around, there's another light there, swaying back and forth in a rhythmic pattern.
Oh no.
Great. I
Amber is going to shift around and looking back and forth between the lights.
Sorry.
And
I needed to
she's
sneeze
just
there.
going to. Ooh, sorry, what?
I needed to sneeze there. Apologies.
Oh, that's all good. You know how often I've been muting to hide the coughing, so
Anyway,
you know.
yeah, moving back to the game, please.
Yeah, Amber is going to turn to Icarus and just say, "Well, thank you."
Oh, did I cut out at the start then?
Yeah.
Oopsies, sorry. Icarus gives a kind of reassuring squeeze on the shoulder, but he looks thoroughly, like, fearful at this point. He's kind of like, his eyes are darting around a little bit, seeing the body's really shook him.
Body singular.
I said body.
Oh, sorry, I heard bodies. I just thought I'd mention
No
that it's
worries,
only
no,
been
it's
one.
fine.
Just in case. Just in case.
I think at this point, Meridian, the mumbling kind of manifests a bit louder, and he puts his hand on the bottle and uncorks it, and a strange mist, different from the mist that around us, a bit paler and slightly dripping also, with dew manifesting like rain, leaves from the bottle and swirls around him, and the clothing he wears begins to freeze and solidify as I cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Hey! That's really cool. Yeah, Armor of Agathis has been cast. How lovely. Anyone else that'd like to do anything?
Anna will let go of the cart handles and take out her weapon. Okay.
I mean, Amber's just gonna keep looking around. There's not much else she needs to do at the moment.
Interesting.
I wanna get a sense of what the lights are doing if I can. Like, are they surrounding us? Are they coming nearer? Or
As of yet, they're merely swaying back and forth. They're not seemingly getting any closer or any fainter.
And there's
Whatever
no
these
more
things-
noises.
What did you say? Sorry, Anna?
There's no more noise. There's just us.
It is currently just you.
Hmm.
There's no more help scream. There's no more... It's just you and the wind and the rustles of the undergrowth.
Has Meridian ever heard ghost stories or similar such things of flickering lights and mist that draw the life out of people before?
If you'd like to roll just roll a nature check, please.
Of course. That's a 12.
I'm
I'm not having a good day for rolling, apparently.
apparently not. No. No, I don't think Meridian will have heard these tales.
Okay.
They're just less common around the area Meridian originates from. Wherever that may be.
Intriguing.
Intriguing. Mystery.
I don't know what these things are, but whatever these... They seem to be at least surrounding us, if not closing in on us, and I'm just a bit worried is all.
For a
I think we're just
moment, it seems like the body on the floor twitches.
We should get out of here. We should get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's just get back on the road and run. Meridian's starting to like try and hobble his way through the marsh in just picking a direction, really, knowing that in a vaguely south direction he'll eventually make his way back onto the Evermore Way. Trying to skirt around the flickering light.
Meridian, be careful. Amber says, worried.
One of the lights is clearly getting closer. It's building up in intensity, although it's still faint, like made more faint. It's cast through the thick, dense mist. It's approaching.
Call out a bit.
What will you call out? Sorry.
I'll just be like, hello? Who's out there?
It's
Oh, shut up. No, is this the one to the south that's closing in on us, or one to the north, roughly?
You have no sense of north or south direction currently.
Yeah, okay, the one that was in the direction we were just going.
It's the one in direction you were just going, closing in on.
Okay.
The one ahead of the cart.
Look, I don't think we can give you any help. Please,
I'm lost!
That's just not very fair, is it? You can't be the one saying that with her. I'm the one with the compass that doesn't work.
I'm lost! Help!
Oh. Again, we can't tell exactly how close it is, right?
You can't tell. The light is getting closer, though. Inching and creeping ever closer.
Meridian's feeling a little claustrophobic. Not because of an enclosed space, but more of an enclosed number of options. And he is just going to start looking around frantically at the rest of the group and just, like, compelling them with his eyes to just, we gotta just get out of here. And even if it's not the most sensible thing, he just wants to run and
Merlin is
escape.
Terrified. Shaking slightly, like against his will to some extent.
Amber is starts to just seeing this, she breathes in, breathes out, starts muttering some things in a mixture of languages, notably halfling, but so I don't know if anyone can speak halfling, but
Good question.
should I say what she's saying anyway?
Feel free to. It doesn't really matter. I don't think at
she's
least.
saying, she's just at the moment saying, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Remember, this isn't the first time you're gonna be fine.
The swing.
At this point, if no one else is doing anything, Meridian is pushing forward in a direction that will avoid and skirting around these flames. If no one else is following him, then at this point he doesn't care. He's leaving them for dead if it means his own safety. He wants to get out of there.
Yeah, Meridian is leaving line of sight into the fog.
Ooh. Amber then turns to Tenacity and says, "Turn out the light."
Huh?
Turn
Why?
out the light. Because if they can't see, then maybe we have a chance.
Then you can't see.
Amber nods, and she's very tightly holding onto Icarus's hand at the moment, but
Can I tell if Amber is just
Squeezes her hand back.
Sorry, what did you? Can you tell if Amber is just what?
whether whatever's making the light is making Amber say this, or whether it's just like genuinely Amber thinks this will work.
Roll me an insight check.
Oh my god, I love this
Uh,
idea. I didn't even think
Amber.
of that. That's fun.
Amber, roll me either a persuasion check if this is genuine, or no check if this is partially influenced by whatever else may be going on.
Should I roll, if I have to make a roll, should I roll
You're
that roll in
rolling that
secret?
one secretly, yes.
Very
Oh boy.
well.
Oh no.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
She's possessed.
Do you not? Do you not, sir? Are you blind? Take a hint.
As far as you can tell, Tenacity,
Love you,
this is Amber speaking. This is Amber being genuine, being scared.
Hello, Simon.
I'm sort of busy.
You.
Okay. Sorry, those are my housemates. Yeah, no, this is
Love you, Simon.
I love you too.
Thank you.
This is
Can I get with you?
yes, this is genuinely Amber talking. One moment.
I mean, you're not muted.
Yeah, you're not muted. You are not muted. Oh, well. In the meantime, how is everyone doing today?
Are
Hope
you
people are enjoying the
possessed,
stream.
Amber? Simon's gone to murder his flatmate.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, is he muted? Oh, he's muted on stream. Okay.
What if I'm like D&D Beyond?
we can't plug D&D Beyond. We're not being sponsored by them yet.
Yeah,
Shout
you know,
out to
maybe one day.
everybody who
They
did
can
the
hit us
shout-outs
up.
earlier.
Yeah,
They can hit us up if they want, though.
I'm
Yeah,
here
I'm
to
sure
shout
they'd
out
want to do
everybody
that.
who's been shouted at because that's my job is to shout out master. Yet.
Yeah.
Strong
In the
word.
meantime, I hope you are all ready for whatever's about to happen, because
So Joe,
Yeah,
are you,
we're gonna get
are you possessed,
TPK'd.
Joe?
I can neither confirm nor deny that question.
That's a yes. That's a yes.
Yeah, I am. There's a real chance Meridian dies here. Let's be real. There's a solid chance.
There's a solid chance we're all dead. They're very dead actually.
My apologies. I have returned. My housemates are not
A
dead.
10.
What are you? My housemates are not dead. I just asked them to move downstairs. What was going on? Sorry, what did I miss? Apologies for that.
Nothing?
Nothing. We were talking loudly so that
Okay.
we didn't hear your conversation.
I mean, you
You
wouldn't
were
anyway
muted,
because
so-
I was muted on the stream. Yeah, I made sure
Yeah,
to be
well,
muted on
no.
the stream, but that's okay. No worries. Yeah, sorry.
We kept chat entertained.
Yeah, moving back to the situation. Meridian is out of line of sight now, which is kind of frightening. What are you doing? Is the light off yet? Is Tenacity turning off the light after hearing that it seems like Amber is genuine?
I can't.
Is Tenacity turning off the light, or is Tenacity not gonna?
He is not going to turn off the light.
Okay. How do Icarus and Amber react to that? Or for that matter, Sena as well. There's still the light pouring out from whatever amorphous substance. It seems like a liquid in some sense and a solid in others. It doesn't obey whatever laws of matter you're used to. It still shines a light into the fog, the same way the light is coming back.
In response to Tenacity not turning out the light, Amber just looks over towards them and kind of begs again, just, it's worth a shot. It's only me. Please.
The light
But if
is
they-
creeping closer. Meridian is nowhere to be seen.
You could always turn the light back on if it doesn't seem to be working, and it seems like if they get close enough, I'll be able to see anyway, given what's...
may I request the four of you, excluding Meridian, to make a mental fortitude check? Now, I'm not sure how many people of the viewers are aware of this. Mental fortitude is a new skill I've introduced in this game. The same way normal skills typically go off of a skill, this one goes off of sanity. It's a sanity skill, however, sometimes it might be rolled off of other stats the same way you sometimes have dexterity, intelligence checks, and whatnot. However, this is obviously typically sanity. In this case, it is a sanity check as well. That is an 8 for Sena, a 10 for Icarus, a 19 for Tenacity, and a 13 for Ember. I believe. Yes.
Seems correct.
Yeah. Panic's beginning to set in, especially for Sena, Icarus, and Amber. The situation is getting more and more dire, and the light is now approaching at a rate that seems like it can literally, like, enter your bubble of vision, where the fog no longer obscures at any moment now. The light behind you that has been swaying back and forth has been joined by a second one now. They're now swirling in almost synchronized fashion, swaying back and forth like a confusing double pendulum. It's cold, the wind is chilling, and overhead the sky is no longer visible, and the branches almost look like claws that are trying to reach out and grasp at your shoulders. It's a rough situation to be in, and it's starting to wear on your mind. Sena specifically, you lose 1 sanity point.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
And that's the first sanity point lost of the entire campaign.
And luckily for us, it will be the last.
Imagine. Only because we'll all die before we get to.
Oh, look at that! The thing updated. Oh yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
it's
That's
gorgeous,
great.
isn't it? Yeah.
um,
Oh, lost 1 sanity point.
Alright. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm gonna... Yeah, okay, yeah. We are going to abandon the cart and walk in front of the group and in front of the light.
Towards the light.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Senna?
What is she do? What are you doing?
This is fine. Right. Everything's fine. I'll put my weapon in front of me, so it's basically touching the fog. Okay. Yep.
The light is getting closer.
I'll look to Amber and be like, you really think this is gonna work?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no idea if it's going to work. But I don't think it'll hurt much to try.
He's gonna turn out the light.
Okay. Would you like to do a specific description for how that happens? Or would you like me to take...
You can go for it.
It's almost... It's not that it fades suddenly. It's almost as if the light sort of begins dripping down like a liquid, and as it hits the floor, it sizzles and burns into the ground, though leaves no stains or marks behind. It begins almost drooping and like falling to the floor. Part of it, a little other part of it sort of climbs back up towards the top of the staff and almost begins forming this solid casing around the top of the staff and then slides into the wood or whatever else material it may be to fade out and disappear. With that, the light that it had been casting has disappeared slightly. Disappeared entirely. It leaves the Evermore's in darkness and Amber, for all intents and purposes, blind.
I can still see the lights though, correct?
You can still see the lights for so far as they are producing any. Yes.
Assumed. Great.
However, you can no longer see your fellow party members. Not that you can
She
see
is
Meridian
still
anyway.
holding on very tightly to Icarus.
Yeah.
Now that it's dark, the moment the light goes out, I think she just tenses her hand around and says, okay, now let's just go quietly.
Everyone, roll for initiative.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no! I was worried that was gonna happen.
Who could have
Uh,
seen this
I
coming?
will
Fine.
mention, Meridian is not required to roll for initiative.
Because he's dead.
Where the fuck is he?
Rest in
Good
peace.
Good
God.
question.
I'll roll anyway, just in case I appear.
Just in case you appear, yeah.
Meridian
I'm
has
confused.
died.
I would
There's no
like to see
token to
myself.
that.
Oh, right, yeah, we need to put a token out, don't we?
You should. Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's actually a problem. Then I think you should be able to roll initiative without a token, but if you can't, then that's an issue, and you'll have.
I
to...
can press the button. There's a big button. So should I just press it?
Yeah, but it
Okay.
might say there's no token and just not
Yeah, it
work.
says that
Yeah.
no tokens are
I'll
selected.
fix that for next time. In that case, you'll need to manually roll just a d20 and adding your initiative modifier. I'll make sure that's resolved for next time. But there's not going to be a battle map for this combat
15.
for reasons.
Just the
That
blind.
is gonna be a.
Wait, shit. Yeah, the button didn't work. Sorry.
That
I
is
feel
an
like we just
18 for
stepped
Amber.
away.
Some strong decks.
Roll a d20 again?
The little dice
There's a
on the left
there's
hand
a
side.
there's a there's a
Drop down
hot
menu.
bar on the left hand
Oh, I always.
side where you can roll that.
I don't know why I always mess this up.
You can also slash roll 1d20 plus whatever modifier you have.
Imagine
Okay.
having any modifier for dexterity.
This isn't dexterity, this is initiative. Those are actually different technically. For the question asked in chat, the stream will be ending within 20 minutes. So this combat's probably not gonna actually be finished. Hee hee.
Hee hee. Did you really tee hee?
Yes, I did.
We're going to die.
If
Well,
I
this combat might last
if I
20 minutes.
TPK, it's not my fault. You guys walked into the lights. I mean, what?
This is Meridian's fault. He was like, we should go towards the lights and help the people, and then he abandoned everybody.
Meridian abandoned ship. Like,
This
once-
is slander.
Once things got scary, Meridian vanished.
Meridian, let's go help people.
Where did the
No,
Avatar
no.
go when we needed him most?
He's sleeping in an iceberg.
Yeah, Meridian will be sleeping in an iceberg. His armor
kind
of
of actually got
Agathis.
Session-
armor
Yeah,
Pegasus,
exactly.
Session 2 begins with a panning shot of the Icewind Dale region, like which is farther north, which is just ice, and you just see Meridian stuck inside of a ball of ice.
Woof.
Adam, spoilers. You can't just say every session will be how Meridian tricks the party into TPKing when that's literally just the plot of the campaign.
What?
What? No, anyway. No, anyway. Now that I have all of your initiative rolls, let me quickly do the thing with the stuffs. Don't worry about
Just to
that.
roll it.
Ah, there you go. That's an 18 for Amber, 17 for Tenacity, a 15 for Sena, an 9 for Meridian, which doesn't really apply, and a 6 for Icarus. So, that means, Amber, you have the first turn.
I'm also blind.
You are also blind, correct?
Amber is simply going to, at the moment, being blind, just get ready to dodge, whatever just be on guard, looking around, not sure where things are, and keep one hand on her stick and the other hand tightly around Icarus's
Alright.
hand.
That is Amber's turn.
That is Amber's turn.
Uh,
Just to clarify, taking the dodge action.
yes,
and
I
the
understood.
obvious.
Yes, that was obvious to me. Tenacity! For as far as you can tell, the globule of light is getting closer and is now about 40 feet away from you.
Hmm. I prep an action.
You can take the ready action. Yes, what would you like to ready?
I will ready a spell.
If you ready a spell of first level or higher, that will be consuming the spell slot, even if the ready action does not end up triggering. It would
I
also.
will not.
If you.
No, I'll ready a spell.
But it's a cantrip. Okay, what cantrip would you like to ready?
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Yes, I kind of.
That I believe that is the first class reveal. That is at least confirmed, because as far as I'm
Well,
aware.
no, you could have Magic Initiate. Be a reskinned human variant with Magic Initiate. It's always possible.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Lineage.
Yes, it could be custom lineage. However,
What a cute tiefling.
why would you custom lineage when you're a tiefling, right? Okay, what trigger would you like to ready this action under?
If anything starts attacking.
Boom. Okay, that is loud and clear. Thank you. Moving. I assume that's everything for you now, so I'm gonna move on. Sena, what would you like to do? You are standing closer to the light. It's close to you. It's like 10 feet ahead of you.
Okay. I would also like to ready an action. I have my weapon prepared in front of me, so should it come within 5 feet of me, I would like to stab the light.
You would like to stab
Please,
the
thank
light.
you.
How
Yes.
lovely. Okay.
It's very smart.
This is definitely very smart, and there's nothing
The
that
way
can
to
go
go.
wrong.
No way.
Yeah, the light's gonna come closer. It's gonna float within 5 feet of you, and as you can tell, it almost seems like it's a separate entity of floating light. There's no lantern, there's no lamp, there's no fire. It's just this ball of glowing light that comes within 5 feet of you. That triggers your ready action.
I'm gonna go stab it.
Feel
Like
free.
a smart person.
Feel free to try and stab it.
Stab the ball of light.
That's a crit.
That's a
Oh
natural
my god, that's
20.
amazing.
What?
Your crit wasn't set up properly.
Your crit damage
Yes.
is 0.
Scimitar.
Christ.
Yeah,
Oh,
you'll
yep,
need
there
to
we
roll
go.
a separate d6 because your crit isn't.
Yeah, I didn't set that up properly.
That's
Whoops.
fine.
Scimitars are excellent.
Nice, that's
That-
pretty good.
That is 9 damage.
You'd think.
Yeah, I'd think. I would.
But it's a ball of burning light.
Yes, it is in fact a ball of burning light, which means it only takes 4 damage instead. Yeah,
Aw.
as you swing your scimitar out towards it, it sort of almost slashes through the light, and for a moment it splits up into these 2 separate globules that then form back together into a single coherent light. There's a faint singing noise that's coming out, originating, a sort of a hum almost, from the little light. Let me see what happens next. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Okay. You can sort of feel a faint uncomfort from the singing noise that's piercing into the back of your eardrums, but it's not unbearable yet. Though standing near it for too long might not do you well. Icarus, it's your turn.
I think that Icarus is just gonna take out a dagger. That's not his turn. Right.
No. Taking out a dagger is just an object interaction.
Okay, I'm just gonna take the dodge action, please.
Okay. Then we're moving back to Amber at the top of initiative.
Amber is still. There's not much she can do at the moment, so she's still going to take. She's still blinded,
Yep.
so she's still going to take the dodge action and just try to focus as much as she can on where the lights are. How close is the light behind us?
It's seemingly quite a distance away.
And the light ahead is now 30 feet away, 35 feet away?
The light ahead is now 35 feet away. Yes. Accurate.
Yeah. Amber is just going to still take the... just stay agile, looking around, staying wary. She does not know what is... just trying to stay on guard.
Tenacity.
So that scream, or however you want to call it,
What scream? It's just a...
the like noise.
It's just a faint, like, singing, humming noise. It's a...
We wouldn't count that as an attack, would we?
We would not.
I'm going to keep the same ready action, but I will reword it.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone who is not in the party attacks, I would like to release the spell.
Yeah. Okay. That's perfectly fine.
Just covering my tracks.
Yeah, I mean, I would have otherwise... I assumed this was the case already, because Sena made an attack, and I didn't trigger your reaction on that one.
Yeah.
So I made this assumption before, but it's perfectly fine to specify. Sena, it's your turn again.
Yes, I would, hearing this hum, and assuming it means very bad things for us, we would like to dodge and... Wait, no, we would like to disengage and walk back to the cart where I was before. Yes, thank you.
I do have to specify the marshland counts as difficult terrain, meaning you take half movement through it.
But it's dark.
Yes, which means you can move 17.5 feet.
Yes. I haven't moved that far in front of the party, right? Because
No,
that would
you
have
have...
been going into the fog.
Correct, you've not yet... No. That's correct.
Alright, yes, I would like to walk back to where the party is and just keep my weapon up.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
The globule of light is just going to float into sort of the middle of the group now, casting an illuminating light around the scene, if you will. There's the cart still upon which well, I would say Jasmine was lying, but Jasmine is nowhere to be seen. The cart is empty.
Oh. Well.
Amber can now once more see by the light of this globule the rest of the party members and the faint humming noise emanating from it. Tenacity.
Yes.
It almost feels like it's drilling into the back of your mind. It doesn't hurt quite yet, but it's getting annoying. Icarus, if you'd like to take a turn.
Because I don't want to fight anything. I don't want to have to hit anything right now. I'm gonna take the dodge action again.
Okay. I think on that note then, with the cart empty the 4 party members in the sort of in a circle around this globule of light, casting its glow over the scene. Meridian missing in the fog, and everyone unsure of what to do. We'll end the session here. Next session, we'll return and we'll see what happens to the party.
Boy.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
Incredible.
we're all
Great,
gonna
great.
die.
Oh boy.
We're all doing great.
Obviously.
Oh no!
At least there wasn't a TPK today. There's gonna be
Yeah,
a TPK
I mean,
next
we've only
week.
lost one party member so far.
I'm
only
not
Meridian is
lost.
dead.
I'm lost, but I'm not dead, right?
Kit, you're no
Really?
longer allowed to
Well,
talk.
we'll find out.
Kit,
I'm not
Kit,
allowed. Oh.
Kit, sorry, you're no longer allowed to talk. You need to have a living character to be allowed to speak in sessions.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
you killed me off stream? Oh, that's so sad.
You walked into the ominous fog. No, you'll see what happens to Meridian, whether alive or dead, next session, I'm sure.
He's not gonna be the same when he comes back. That's for sure.
Any of us?
Hey, at least our tiefling and our elf and our other elf and our elf and our halfling match. Meridian's dead, so he doesn't matter. This is fine.
This is fine is, in my opinion, a very good description to end off the stream. It was lovely to have you all here, and we hope to see you again next week. Goodbye.